Let's say hi to Bringle Boy.
Oh, hi.
Start the show.
Yeah, hey everybody.
He's a bit bringly.
Oh. Bringley, me boy, thank you so much for the raid.
Hi,
Bringley.
Hi, Brinkley.
Hey, Bringly Wingly. Let's just,
Hi, Bringley, Bringley, Wingly, Bringus.
Stupid pet names, I guess.
I usually just call him Bringussie, but he ignores me.
Wait.
It's okay. A lot of
Hi, you
people
might recognize me more as Jen the Clone. Welcome to the wine place. It's my wine place now, bitch.
Yeah, hello everybody. Welcome with that raid. I hope you guys were enjoying the Blackwall outing that was going on today. We are doing We Goblinz. Every Sunday night we run a also hello bears. We do a basically Pathfinder campaign. So those of you who are wondering, wait, it's a Pathfinder campaign, but you're on the D&D channel. It's just because of what has a higher viewership. But we are very much so firmly in this campaign associated with running Pathfinder 2.0. So this is a campaign we've been running that is basically an adaptation and evolution of the We Goblinz one-shot module thing that Paizo publishes. Essentially, I took the concept, went, all right, let's follow it, and then just not stop after we reach the end of that. And it's turned into a whole campaign, and my characters have been mixing with fucking Sandpoint, and the goblins have been running into that, so that's been neat. I've been throwing some random people in there who don't exist with the people that Paizo exists, and I think it's gone really well. But as always, the most important variable here is goblins. And boy, have we ever had some shit go down with goblins, because
super well behaved.
Oh yeah, 100%.
We are very well behaved.
Yeah, there hasn't been any murdering people with lightning. There hasn't been any burning down of any.
Can we not talk about that, Silver? Why do you always have to bring this up?
Yes, Snooty?
I threw up.
Oh.
Yeah, she threw up. And also, Dix totally did not blow up a building.
Snooty? What are you doing in the nurse's office?
Pretty sure that was you.
That was you.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there was... Yeah, a completely fatality-less nude oil wrestling scene. That was exactly what happened. 100%.
I'm so glad no one died.
I was there. You're right. It was a nude oil wrestling scene.
Yeah, there was just some trash that took itself out, but otherwise it was a pretty uneventful day. That was very.
It was
exciting.
like Fantasia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was exactly like Fantasia.
That's my favorite part of Fantasia.
So those of you joining us late to this campaign, we are currently on our 32nd session of it. If you guys check out these links here, it would be very kind of you to follow all of the people involved in this project. We have some very talented artists associated with it. We also have a master list of people who have been contributors before. We get guests on every now and then to... Oh!
Dirt Slack, thank you so much for your massive generosity to giving a tier 1 gift sub to Foreskin Goblin.
It's massive because it's foreskin. It's like a penis.
What? Are they gonna trip over it like a fucking sleeping bag?
Players, you should also thank
Daddy,
Dirt Slack for the 2 experience points that you all earned through that. Every time you or the players are able to make these eyebrows come out, the goblins get... Oh, Andy, thank you for the $5, which I assume is a
Andy, you know. Thank you, Andy. You know what? I do know.
Oh my goodness.
And nobody else gets to know. Only me and Andy are knowers.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
There is gobos aplenty. So basically what happens is the angry eyebrows come out when people consternate me. And when you consternate me, everybody gets 2 experience points. So it's getting... Some days it's easier than others. Others, the eyebrows are... are easier to
They
acquire.
constipate you?
Like now, everybody add 2 more experience points. Thank you, Amduddle, for the gift sub to Goblin Bussy.
That is Duddy. Thank you
Or-
very much.
Yeah, that's
Am_Duddle.
No, that is Duddy. It's French. You have to fucking pronounce it correctly.
Oh, sorry, you mean Duddy? It's
See?
now I
Oh
have
god, he's
become
pulling out
French
the
again.
accents again.
Have you put me back in this hell for the evening? Is that how we are traveling?
If it makes you any better, I accidentally probably am going to put myself in that hell. So, you know.
Yeah, alright. Well, chat continues to
Peter,
give...
thank you so much for giving a tier 1 gift sub to Goblin Sausage. Now,
I get
now
it, it's like a penis!
I mean,
Can we send her back to a subathon?
No,
yes.
she brought it here. We're in it. We're in it now.
Oh no.
We're here
You're
now,
making-
baby! Yeah, you guys are in the corner. I'm just doing some art.
Hi, everybody. We like to have fun here. If this is something that you don't like, please leave now because I guarantee you it's only going to get better or worse depending on your view.
I'm opening the
Correct.
window. It's too
So-
hot in here. I was thought about
Go for. Oh, fucking. Whoa.
Anyways, hello. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I hope you enjoy our Goblin shenanigans. Just a little reminder, Effie is currently doing a donathon to raise expenses for... I just misspelled that horribly. Dothon. That is the document you guys can reference for the donathon. During WeAm's Goblins, the quickfire redeems are disabled just because it doesn't really mesh with the way that we do this collaboratively, but otherwise, you know, anything that... Effie has consented to all of these things applying to her that you can redeem on for the donathon during her usual streams. Tonight, however, it is following the same formula of every time you guys contribute $10 or more across all sources of revenue, subs, bits, and donations, and that includes only what we see enter Effie's pockets, not what is taken by Daddy Bezos, the Vulture Man. So
yeah, subs are not very effective because Daddy
Yeah.
Bezos, the Vulture Man, takes half of it. But
if you want the bullshit pool to go up the most, donations are the best. Although I know you guys enjoy those subs. Oh boy, you sure do enjoy those subs, don't you?
Silver, do you have a sister?
Get it? Because it's Silver Kestrel, it's Silver Bussy.
It's
Or that's just Silver's bussy.
Bears.
I have
you're getting that
attachments,
confused
thank
with-
you. Anyways,
okay.
you said sorry in advance. Saying sorry in
yeah.
advance only applies in certain situations, Peter. But thank you.
I'm sorry for advance for shaking your mom like that. You know,
Yeah.
we're good, right?
That's right.
Sorry in
Hey.
advance for killing your dog. Might be, bro. I'll
Yeah.
try not
Oh,
doing
first
that
of
next
all,
time.
first of all.
Oh god, I got Effie started. I didn't even think about this.
What?
All right, we're gonna be here a long while if we keep
Dogs.
this bit going, so I think I'm gonna
All
run it in
right.
and say thank you, Dax, for gifting a sub to Silver Senpai Uwu. And thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you guys enjoyed the shenanigans at hand. When we last left our goblins, there were some things going on.
Oh.
On the last episode of Goblussy Adjacent.
That's true. Well, the goblins prepared the Goblinz Manor adjacent manor for the arrival of oncoming goblins with Dixie and Newt. Newt having acquired a new group of friends completely out of the fucking blue. In the middle of town, they the two goblins, Desi and Snooty, and their erstwhile companion Oleg / Mount, discerned receiving some wood. They got a lot of people to agree to go over to Goblinz Manor and give their wood for the good of the cause and put it in certain ways to create structures of interconnected wood that would then help create more barriers to contain things.
I get it, it's
within
like a
areas.
penis.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A whole mansion.
A
Full,
whole
actually.
mansion, yeah. So the idea
Sure.
is Right now, there is initiatives to have the Carpenters Guild of Sandpoint come back to the Kaijitsu Manor and build a fortification around it so that the goblins who are arriving, roughly totaling around 100 goblins from the swamps, can go live there. However, the goblins, after they have secured those wood resources and are now heading down what I believe is Raven Street, ran into not only Sheriff Baylor, but an individual that they have been avoiding for the
holy
most
shit,
point
we're
up
banned.
until
Thank you
this
for the
part.
buddies.
Shalelu and Asana, who is a elven ranger who absolutely fucking hates goblins. And now, staring down Sheriff Baylor and Shalelu and Asana, Snooty, Desi, and Oleg are on one end of the street, whereas a good handful of guards, the sheriff himself, who has mixed feelings about the goblins, and Shalelu, who has worse than mixed feelings about the goblins, now stand ready to continue this interaction. And before we do that, again, thank you, War Bandit, for the contribution. That is half of a total needed to get to the point, but I believe with other signatures or subscriptions combined, we have definitely gotten up to 242. Yeah. And no, Dex, that is related to Dorota. This is related to Galarian. In Dorota, the Goblin Kingdom shenanigans are definitely Luna's initiative that she has started with being the Goblin Queen, which we will return to at some point in the future. But for now, it's Goblin in time. Let me go ahead and play some.
I can't believe Dorota's dead forever.
Can I do my one follow shout out?
Yes.
Excellent. Beta Dash, thank you so much for the follow. Climb the box for it. Come cozy. We got hot chocolate. We got marshmallows, blankets, and now we got you. How the hell are ya? All right, we can proceed.
Perfect.
Also, War Bandit, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate the hype train. Thank you. We're gonna start the show now. Probably.
Yes.
Anybody else have some more dick jokes or anything that they need to get out? Going once.
Penis!
I get it. It's like a penis.
Twice.
You meant it like a penis. Oh, so funny.
It's gone. We're done. No more. We're
Shut
chopping
the
it off.
fuck
up.
Vagina. We're stumping it. No, stop it.
Like, no, you said no more penis.
Wait, what did you say?
Vagina.
No persnickety, no show on the road. Stop trying to encourage me to go back to those ways. It's done. I will never return to it. How dare you? I'm finally free of this, and you put it back in my veins. You are horrible, and I thank you for making that maiden outfit, by the way. Effie, looks super fucking adorable in it. And if you guys are wondering what we're talking about, if you go to Effie's Discord, you could check the art channel and see some really awesome maid outfit assets that Persnickety made.
I made the mistake of making a joke. I did a fucking hee hee ha ha.
You can't make jokes around persnickety like that.
I thought he was sleeping.
He's
I
never
was seeing this shit.
Ooh.
See, I can get away with it because I have a 3D model.
War Bandit, I'm gonna allow that comment to give 2 XP to the goblins because I'm frowning at you hitting yourself so hard in the dick for that joke. So there you go. I hope it was worth it, giving the 2 XP.
I can make jokes like that because my model's too complicated to design for.
Oof. Anyways, hey, Oleg, Snooty, and Desi.
Uh-huh.
Yes, DM, I'm Oleg.
That's not Oleg's voice.
Are you playing with Barbie and Ken right now? What's going on?
Is that what you're doing? Like, pardon?
Yes, I'm Oleg, and I love Barbie. I'm Barbie, and I love Oleg.
Oh, Oleg, are you suddenly attracted to Sheriff Baylor? Oh yes, I have realized my deep feelings for you, you my big, strong green giant.
Holy shit, writing fanfic on this right now. Hold on.
Oh god, look at them make out in the middle of the road. It's so fucking hot. Anyways.
This is just what happened.
We tell serious stories here. Anyways.
Since when?
Since right now. So, Snooty, Desi, riding atop Oleg as your trusty steed. I don't actually know. Desi, had you dismounted the Oleg Express before running into this situation? I can't remember. You guys left the Carpenters Guild, went down the street to go check in with some other stuff that you were... Oh, you guys were headed to the town hall.
Yeah.
But I can't remember. I'll leave it up to you guys. Snooty, obviously you would be mounting Oleg, yes?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Desi, what about you? Are you atop your mighty half-orc steed, or have you taken to the ground already?
I have a mighty half-orc steed.
Yeah, Oleg has enough room for 2 goblins.
Oh, that's true. I was living the snooty life.
Yeah, 3 depending on the circumstance.
Yeah. Yeah. I will be riding. I will be riding a shotgun. Mm-hmm.
All right, fair enough. The never you mind circumstances cart. So as Oleg, Snooty, and Desi are now standing here, forming a mecha Shiva of of green skin, Shalelu and Sheriff Baylor, they step forwards. And Shalelu has her bow knocked. She like it's not drawn and readied, but she has what appears to be some very nasty looking barbed arrows that are drawn backwards on her bowstring, and she looks like she's just one quick movement away from sending it at any one of you. She hasn't fired it, but it's pretty quite obvious that if this woman wanted to, she could just start firing, and she looks like she wants to. But Sheriff Baylor, leading the engagement, steps forward and he says, I've heard some very troubling news, and we need to take this very seriously.
Okay.
I
Why?
have one question for all of you, and I need you to answer it truthfully and clearly. Why is there an army of goblins heading towards Sandpoint?
Oh.
Wait.
We were actually heading on our way
Army?
to the place to let you guys know that we were trying our best to start family stuffs. Right, wife?
Yeah, I don't know anything about army, but we invited family to come see house.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean army?
He points to Shalelu, who is saying nothing, but you can very much so tell that the look in her eyes is one of very intense disgust. And he points to her and says, Shalelu here, who is our frontier ranger who cooperates with the town guard from time to time and lets us know of outlying threats, has informed me that coming from the south from the swamps, there is an army of roughly nearly 100 goblins, armed for war and carrying a great deal of equipment, headed in the direction of the town.
Armed
No,
for
that
war?
is not us.
That-
Are you sure it's Suck Frog?
I don't know if it is the Suck Frog tribe. I've never spoken to or interacted with the Suck Frog tribe. You have told me you have association with the Suck Frog tribe. Therefore, that is why, instead of opening fire right now, I have decided to be civil about this discussion and figure out what the fuck is going on.
I just said what was going on, did I not? We invited family to visit house to see new house. And we being goblins, very small, we carry weapons to make sure we no die when we go on adventures.
Yeah, that is.
I carry a lot of equipment because it's a lot of goblins. You gotta eat, sleep, eat, sleep.
Yeah, that mostly covers it. But,
Yeah.
but question, when you mean armed for war, that is what constitutes armed for war?
They have taken everything of value from their village and adorned themselves with it, along with everything that would mark them for being prepared for combat, and are carrying large caches of resources. I can only assume that means they intend to siege.
That doesn't sound right.
Just gonna look at Snooty confused.
It sound like goblins come to visit for long period of time.
Yeah, that, huh.
Have you ever seen goblins go on adventure or trip? No. Why? Because you are a person, not little goblin.
Uh,
Give me...
you know,
Say what you're gonna say, Desi, but then I'll tell you what I need.
maybe somebody that is taller can take me with so I can see and verify. Might not even be Suckfrog tribe. Might just be, other goblins.
I want both of you to give me diplomacy rolls. Does anybody want to declare their goblin bullshit? I noticed that's another 10 there for you, Ash. Keeping up a proud tradition.
Yeah.
At least you got a +7 on part.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah. I'm too scared to touch that. So.
Okay. They are pretty high numbers. So going once, going twice, goblin bullshit, is it gonna be nice? Alright, cool. I'm going to roll a... I think that what this would... this would be a different interpretation of the intent here, but... Oh... If he can... I'm gonna give him a perception roll to see.
I mean, I'm not lying.
No, I know.
We are
You
having
guys aren't
goblins
lying
visit.
at all. You aren't lying at all. It's more like, can he see the truth of what you're saying over his biases? Well. It wasn't more of a will save. It was more of a like, can he see it? He can. So I am going to give him a will save with lower. There we go. All right. So his perception of the situation is one that you guys have definitely done enough of an effort here in this town to give him pause about his previous biases, despite trolling the ever-loving shit out of him. Sheriff Baylor has a reasonable perspective of the thing. I doubt his personal opinions on any of you is extremely favorable, but this man is very much so a practical person over being an emotionally driven individual. So
I remember the dinner.
So, Sheriff Baylor looks you in the eyes. He looks like he's about to say something. And before he does... where'd it go? There we go. We're gonna go back over to the other thing that's currently going on the map. So, right now, happening on the other side of town, Newt, you currently are in charge of a procession of gremlins who are present in Kaijitsu Manor, and I believe, if I am not mistaken, you had them doing everything you can to help you make it more homey for the arrival of the goblins, yes?
Yeah.
Alright, perfect. Thus far, the gremlins have been doing a very good job of doing it subtly and kind of operating on their Fey mischief aspect, which is staying out of direct line of sight of the two human caretakers who are still helping get this place ready and helping sort things out. So it's turned into a bit of an amusing experience. Meanwhile, Dixie, when
Nope.
when Leroy was attempting to make your acquaintance, your response was just a no.
Leroy, what?
Leroy the...
What?
Leroy the Jinkum. Fuck, where did I write it down?
Jinko.
Yeah, Jenkins. That's it. Leroy Jenkins. That's what it was. Yes, Leroy the Jenkins was trying to make your acquaintance, Dixie, you walked off just saying nope, 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 nope. So but for the time being, Leroy has decided not to follow you and is instead staying to supervise their mites, essentially, which is a subgenre or subspecies of gremlin. So Dixie, now that you've cleared the the fucking the area and are now out in the open, what do you want to do with your time and energy?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't really have like many thoughts on where to go after that. My brain was just, I need to leave right now because I don't want to be a part of any of that situation.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
So then I did.
Right, you left. Confirmed. You have extracted
Yeah.
safely. You are noped out. Now what is your next course of action?
Is this like a cliff here?
Yeah, it is.
Is it a survivable cliff?
Are you going to further nope out of this situation by leaping into the ocean from a cliff top? Is that what I'm hearing?
Look, Silver, I just asked a yes or no question. Is it survivable? That was all I wanted to know.
Give me a perception check, please, to see how well Dixie
Okay.
interprets the survivability of the jump. Oh, not bad, not bad. Yeah, in fact, there's two things you make out. One, if you get a running start of it and get a high enough athletics roll, you'll definitely be able to clear that distance and land in the water without any noticeable
Oh, that's awesome.
issues. Hold on. The other thing you can choose to react on or not is you can see coming across the bridge from town and along Schooner Gulch Road is a small army of carpenters led by a dwarf carrying wood and resources, heading directly to Kaijitsu Manor, somewhere that is now currently full of gremlins. So would
Am I
you like...
noticing this as I'm falling, or like?
You see it before you jump.
All right, I'm gonna go try to like intercept them.
Okay, so you're gonna run along the road and try to get in front of them.
Yeah, and then I will pretend to have died.
Alright. That's gonna take a little bit of time to catch up on. So while that's going on, Newt, what are you getting up to in the manor with all the gremlins as they're basically helping you,
No, don't put that there. No, okay, that needs to be more there. Can you make that look more like, I don't know, swampy? No, you're doing great over there. Oh, what did I name you? Fred? Yeah, Fred. Leroy? Leroy!
As you're screaming all this out, one of the caretakers comes over to you, one of the ladies who lives in this house, and she's looking at you like you've lost your fucking marbles, because as she moves in, all these little fey creatures scramble to, like, become part of fixtures or, like, hide themselves with little magical, like, poofs, and as you come in, she looks super confused and goes, Newt, right?
Yes?
Who are you talking to?
To Leroy.
Leroy... what?
The Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins?
Did I not say it right?
There's a... I'm gonna roll for her to see if she actually knows what the fuck that is. Let's do that. Okay, she looks, her eyes widen, and she says, is there more than goblins over in your home? Do you have...
No. There is more than goblins. There's a half-orc, and then there's a human, and then there's a ghoul dog.
A what?
A dog?
A dog. Why did you say ghoul at the front?
I didn't say cool.
Can you give me a deception roll, please, Noob?
Oh, what's my goddamn?
Oh my! Stop it! Stop slamming nat 20s in my face and all these fucking. Stop it! You're cut up. No more, no more nat 20s and all this bullshit.
Never change.
This is the third one in this entire arc of events.
Yeah, I said dog.
Oh, roll for fucking. Yeah, all right. She just fucking shakes her head and is like, not a priority. Definitely not something that she cares about at this moment. So she decides against her better judgment to just go along with you here in whatever you're doing, and so she just sighs and goes, I get the impression you're going to start making more space for other creatures, and we're not really in charge of this house, so I think it would be best if I could ask you if maybe my wife and I could go into town. We've done all we can here today, so I think maybe we'd just like to take a little break before we help with any evening concerns and getting settled in the other building.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good, thank you. And then she scuttles off to go find her other half. Leaving
Bye, Leroy.
As soon as she disappears, and you're left standing there calling that out, Leroy is basically right behind you.
Hi, Leroy.
And he just goes, hey, hi, how's it going?
I think we're almost done.
Yes, the mites, they are doing a good job.
They work fast.
Yes, it is a shame they do not reproduce as quickly.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fast labor.
Yes, Leroy has tried smooshing them together, but usually they just die.
So what shenanigans you want to do since we're almost done?
You said there were dwarves in the town.
I think there's a dwarf, yeah.
I need to find a dwarf and make them angry.
Okay.
You had
Just
another
angry?
goblin here also who was red?
Oh, yeah, that's Dix.
What an odd name.
She's an odd goblin.
It sounds like a meme of some kind. Who would have such a silly name?
I mean, she's a goblin that doesn't know how to be a goblin.
Oh, that's...
I think she was raised by humans.
Humans. Yes, they are stupid and tall. That's why it's easy to make them angry.
That's why I think she's stupid, you know?
My God.
Yeah, I tried to talk to her and she just said nope. Over and over. I was confused. Speaking some kind of weird, stupid language.
She does weird stuff like, say weird things at weird times, or like jump off cliffs, or shoot lightning.
She can shoot lightning?
Yeah, I saw she goes, oh, zap! And then a person died. I mean, no one died?
Oh. I want to be friends with this goblin so that I can make lightning hit things for funny.
She also is married to her hat.
That's... What?
I don't know, I just assumed it's a human thing.
Leroy wishes to know more about hat-loving lightning goblin.
She said a word brim job? I'm not sure what that is.
Perhaps it is some kind of employment.
I think it's a job of some kind.
Yes. Sounds
It has it in the name.
infernal, unhealthy, Brim like brimstone. Perhaps it is working with demons.
That might be how she got her lightning powers. Brim jobs.
Oh. Leroy also would like to give lightning-giving brim jobs.
Yeah, we should go find him. Let's go find him.
Yes. Please.
All right,
Here.
mates. We're done.
Yes, listen to Goblin Mites. We leave now. We go find Brimjob Goblins so that we can all do Brimjob things to get lightning powers. Meanwhile, back in center of town.
You know, I really hope that nothing weird is happening. Back at home. That would be, oh boy, the worst. Considering the bad string of luck we're having.
Snooty, do you want to engage on that statement?
No.
Okay, that's fair. All right, let us continue the game of narrative ping pong. So, Sheriff Baylor takes into account your perspectives and what you're trying to convince people of here, and basically the points you're trying to make, and thinks about it. And while he is very clearly, absolutely like past the point of his shit right now, he is still somehow managing to hold it together in the face of this whole situation. So he just sighs and takes a moment to breathe, and he gestures to Shalelu in like a way that's just kind of like lower it, like gesturing to her bow, and she looks at him with like this very angry, like, are you fucking kidding me kind of thing, but without exchanging any words, he just continues to make the motion until she just kind of lowers her bow even further. And he turns to look at you and goes, all right, obviously there's some kind of miscommunication here. And I need to get to the bottom of it as soon as possible. And he starts walking towards you guys so that he can, like, close in to, like... And he gestures to the guards behind him to stay where they are so they're not overhearing the conversation as much. And he closes the distance. And he goes, I would like to caution right now that this is an incredibly dangerous and charged experience we are heading towards. Tensions are high, and rumors have already begun to spread. The delivery was not interpreted well, and now people around town are starting to spread panic about a goblin army headed towards Sandpoint.
Okay. I have something. I have an idea that might clear all of this up for you.
Then Desi's gonna hand Sheriff Baylor her most important goblin badge, so he can go fucking with us. Okay.
I have my most important goblin badge, and we can clear this up. We're going to give Wickham's a call. He was sort of like, what did they call it? I don't know what the official title is, but he's a pain in the ass. But we can call him because, he's the one that organizes things. He'll know. He can tell you.
You're fine. Don't die on stream. That's not what I want to be remembered for.
Hello, everybody. I am a stupid monkey and choked on my own spit. So,
Yeah.
I'm just sorry, everyone. I just had to mute there for a second while
Take your time. It's
I
okay.
unfucked my shit. Oh, all right. Oh, I'm just gonna drink this water, and then we can totally go ahead with that initiative.
I hate choking on my own spit because I'm sitting here and I'm like, I am a computer made out of meat, salt, and sugar. And I piloted myself through sheer spite, muscle fibers, and plasma. And I have created worlds. I have ruined lives. And I have devoured all that is around me. But I have been reduced to a panicked, quivering creature because my advanced organic suit decided to swallow its own spit when I was breathing. And now I'm afraid this is the end for me, friends. I'm going to die. This is how I go. Slapping my desk and screaming internally as I struggle for breath because I swallowed just the tiniest amount of spit into my lungs.
Yeah, that was basically like everything I would have just said. So thank you. I really appreciate being on the same wavelength as I die. Oh.
I figured I would channel it, I thought you would say. So.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't have said it better myself.
And this is why I hate our fleshy prisons. There you go. There you go. That was
Thank
the end
you.
I needed
That was,
to put on it.
yeah, that
Damn.
was the important tagline to include.
That was the cherry that was supposed to go on top of the cake. I'm sorry I was a little slow with that.
That's okay. It's okay. Okay, hey, look, it's everybody. It's Wiggums. Oh god. All right.
It's Wiggums.
It's Wiggums.
But it's Wiggums. I'm sorry.
Look at him wiggle. It's wiggly old Wiggums. Can we just
Why
get some...
in the fuck is he so wiggly?
Can we give some props to Ash's design for Wiggums that I just adore all the fucking time? Alright. Anyways, for those of you who aren't familiar with this goblin, he is the chief advisor to the chief of the Suckfrog tribe. And his whole job is to interpret the will and the voice of the chief of the goblins, because the chief is so big and so powerful that if he talked with his full voice to any of the goblins, they would immediately die. So that is actually, I can show you guys. Just a reminder, this is Chief Belly Bloat right here. This is oh, he's taking a nap right now, so we'll have to update that later. But he's usually, this is his default state with eyes closed. He naps a lot. He's a big boy. He needs sleep. So yeah, that's Chief Belly Bloat there, and this is his aide Wiggums who handles all of that. And so the goblins have badges called the most important goblin badges, and they are enchanted to be able to communicate with Wiggums. So as you hand the badge over, Desi, there's kind of like a bit of a movement of like Baylor. He recognizes the interaction because you guys had a previous kind of discussion that sort of involved this long distance communication. So he looks at it and he's like, "How do I start it?"
Here we go.
She's gonna hold it briefly and then just go,
Wiggums. Hey, Wiggums. We need some clarification, please. Wiggums. Wiggly. Wiggums.
You hear as you keep pressing, you hear a bit of a spotty response, like somebody trying to call you from a car, like a satellite phone in a spotty area, and you just hear, "What? How's it? On the route. Hot. Keep. Find it. Damn it."
Understandable. You're having difficulties. Wiggums, can you remind me? You're not coming to do anything warlike, right? You're coming to stay at the house, and we're going to have a feast and goblin games, right?
Chat, can you give me an exclamation mark D20 to see how kind the interference is on this sentence that's going to come through in response? Just somebody in chat, exclamation mark D20, all one word. Ooh, nice, a 12, above average. That's good, that's good. There's like a bit of a pause, wondering if even the message went through, and then you hear... Coming to... Times, making... But... Friendly...
Oh, okay, friendly times. Okay. Yeah, see, there you go. Sorry that the call is really bad. I didn't make these. If I
Baylor...
had made these, they would be perfect.
Baylor holds out to talk to it. He's like, holds his hand
Oh,
out.
yeah,
to,
here
like,
you
give
go.
him the thing.
Here. Yeah, here you go.
And now I get to do yet another game of the DM talks to himself for 5 minutes.
I love this game.
Fuck it. Hello, this is Sheriff Baylor of Sandpoint. This is Wiggums, I believe I am talking to. Why are your goblins carrying weapons of war and siege equipment on their way to visit the town? And there's another
Siege
pause.
equipment.
Chat, can I get another roll for the interference? Pretty please. Just exclamation mark D20 from another one of
Nobody
you.
said anything about siege equipment.
Oh, that's a 5. Does anyone want to fall on the Goblin Bullshit Go grenade for that, or shall we?
Yeah, I will go goblin bullshit to go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So some of the chat one more time. While we use the a 19. There you go. Let's see what you get as a reaction. We're mature here.
Hold on, are you telling me that we have perfect reception and the first thing this man tells Wiggums is to fart for 6 seconds?
Hold on. I'll interpret it as I always do. Don't worry. So with a 19 on the Goblin Bullshit Pool, the closest creature to the Goblin, in this instance Sheriff Baylor, who called for bullshit, capable of doing so, breaks wind loudly and uncontrollably for 6 seconds. So, Sheriff Baylor takes it from your hand. He says that, and as the reception is coming through, you hear the Wiggums go, a little clearer now. We're not coming with... And then you just hear a... coming from Sheriff Baylor. And for the time that it goes on, he is just staring you right in the eyes, Desi. His face unmoving. He's definitely just making prolonged eye contact with you. It's not whether you're sure. I'm sure he can feel it. I'm sure he understands where it's coming from. I think he understands why it's happening. Weird things happen around you all the time. But for the briefest moment, you swear you can see in Sheriff Baylor's eyes the mirrored image of his thoughts. Oh.
I think your internet died for
My
a
internet
second.
died. Yes,
the
it did.
worst time.
It couldn't handle. Sorry, everybody. My internet did a brief poopy there.
Can I just whisper to him in this moment and just be the most apologetic?
Yeah, see, this town is cursed.
That's you. I don't know at what point I was cut off, but yeah. You can do that because you are just... he is staring you unflinchingly, eye to eye, without breaking eye contact, as he holds this little thing in his hand, this most important goblin badge. And you can like, looking into his eyes, you can briefly see just unadulterated violent intent that is only suppressed by reason, as he just stares at you with what arguably at this point is the worst timing of anything any of you have ever inflicted on him. Even worse when you came in to multiple instances of what he does in his spare time with his girlfriend, or, you know, whatever that arrangement is. It's not quite clear. It's not my business. And in an alleyway, which by this point has acquired spectators from the local fucking inhabitants of Sandpoint, there is an array of guards, people who respect this man professionally, a very no-nonsense ranger from the wilds and the forests who comes into town only on very important business and otherwise keeps it very brief, and a slew of people who respect this man in his position as a law enforcer. And he sits here for 6 straight seconds, unapologetically and unable to interrupt it, just taking the choice to allow this 6-second-long expulsion of gas from his rear end to loudly reverberate down all of Raven Street. And your response to him in this moment is to comfort him about the goblin bullshit that is definitely afflicting this poor town, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna do one quick little thing here. Or at least I was trying to. As I would like to hit that button. My rolls are not rolling. Alright. That's not a good sign. I think I was disconnected for too long. I am just going to refresh it, and we are going to continue forwards on that thing. 1 second, everybody. There we go. That is a 9 for Sheriff Baylor on his wisdom saving throw, essentially. His will save. And I have to refresh all the other sources as well while we do that, so apologies everybody on that. Pardon me, I'm still experiencing the after effects of choking on my own saliva. So, he barely, you can see, in what is probably the greatest level of, like, expression you've ever seen come out of this man, his eye twitches so hard, and you can legitimately hear his teeth grinding as he maintains eye contact with you, Desi. And there is a further awkward 3 or 4 seconds before you hear, was that someone? Was that farting? It's a well-timed blurt per Snickety. It's a shame it wasn't audible over the broadcast, but Effie heard it.
God. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I got derailed.
It's alright, it's happening a lot.
Could you repeat my prompt, please?
Wiggums is essentially, in broken connection, asked over his connection to you guys if somebody farted over the little talkie-walkie.
Town is cursed.
There is a pause, followed by, wait, Sen is cursed?
Yeah, lots of weird things happen. One of them just affected the man trying to talk to you. It won't be an issue. Just try again.
Okay, strange that... Anyways, why are you... Me?
So I wanted you to talk because they said you guys were coming for war and not dinner. And you know that's not right. Yeah, you guys are coming for dinner, right?
Coming with all of Goblinz to living.
Yeah, to go eat dinner in living room. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the people are concerned, because it seems like you guys are not coming to be friends.
There's like a pause. Can I get another D20 from chat real quick? On the continued reception of the talkie thing, due to certain elements not being a consistent factor, making it a clear connection at this point. So just another exclamation mark D20 in chat. Excellent, a 16. It's still definitely holding its own. The connection continues and there's like a bit of a pause, and then you hear, yeah. Definitely just visit, not living.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Becomes. Just in case that you are lying. However, make sure to come to the town gate and ask for me, because otherwise I will blow you up. All right. Have a safe trip. Bye.
You hear like a faint, I will look for you and don't do the... Not down, you fucking idiot! And you just hear like clamor and clatter, and then the connection stops.
Okay. There you go.
Wiggums takes a moment, or sorry, Wiggums. Yeah, Wiggums takes a moment to do whatever Wiggums is doing with the goblins right now, because obviously that's probably that's literally herding cats down a road, so fucking good luck to him.
Almost feel bad.
Baylor kind of like, he looks a little like frustrated, and he pinches the bridge of his nose, as he just like is trying to ignore some people in the like nearby building snickering at the whole interaction. And he goes, all right, this is something that I think you had intended to inform the council about before I got involved, yes?
Yeah, we were on our way to do so. To stop panic. I didn't literally, I was just aware of it, and we came to tell you, so this would not happen. But, I'm gonna tell you what, because I have lived around goblins. What I'm gonna tell you is I'm gonna go put the bomb in the front of the town, and when they come here, if they lie to us, I will personally blow them up. Or you can.
He raises an eyebrow, and he says, you would be willing to kill your own kin if they had lied about their intent?
He's gonna look at him for a minute, like she's kind of shocked, and then she's gonna lift an eyebrow and be like,
They were going to beat my head in with a rock and burn me because I read a book. You better fucking believe it, buddy.
I don't think I need a roll for that. I think that stands on its own as having enough poignancy that he's not going to raise the issue enough to make it a concern. So he just takes a moment to look at you for a second and nods, and he looks up at Snooty, who is also, riding Oleg, and goes, and you? What about you? What are your feelings towards the suck frog goblins? Oh no. I think Snooty is out of action at the moment.
Snooty went to duty.
Snooty is suffering from the curse of Nosebleedicus, no Alivicus.
Aww.
Alright. We will leave Snooty to her recovery at the moment and see if she'll be able to check back in, but is it all good if she needs to take that time? Meanwhile, however, Baylor looks at Oleg, looks him up and down, and says, and you, Oleg, you're not attached to the rest of these goblins, I imagine? And he just nods his head up and down in kind of confirmation and says, I don't really want anybody to die, but if there is a goblin army coming to the town, I think it would be best if we were the ones who struck first, if it turns out they weren't being entirely, honest. And Baylor nods his head, says, yeah, you are definitely correct. Very well. We will change the approach here. He looks around and looks a little confused, and he says, where are your companions, the other goblins who often travel with you?
What did you mean, Dix and Nint?
Yes. Where is...
Nint is at home, making room for goblins to stay and probably cooking. She's very multi-talented, if I say so myself. But, Dix was here. Dix?
Meanwhile, on the other side of town...
Wait, no, Dix wasn't here.
No, Dix wasn't here, but that's a good segue into back to team Homefront.
Team Hoof. Okay.
Whoop. All right, now it's definitely prudent to continue playing this music again. All right. So, Dixie, at this point, you have definitely caught
You
up
are
to
literally the god of this world. Can you say my name right?
No.
No.
So you've made your way along the road now, and are you trying to stay hidden, or are you, like, just running up to them, like, full tilt?
I was hoping that they wouldn't see me, but
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
Okay. I feel like if they did see me anyways, it wouldn't be too bad because I was gonna do it, but here.
That's fair. Do you want to keep that?
Yeah. I'm just gonna like launch myself onto the ground as if I had tripped, and then go, ah! The pig! And then fall over and pretend like I had died. Hopefully, gathering their attention enough.
Okay. I'll narrate the culmination of that experience. Can you just give me a performance roll, please, as well?
Yeah, got it. That's my thing.
Hell yeah. It's even with a 9, it's a 17. It's pretty good. Do you want to keep it or?
Yeah, a 17's fine.
All right, it's a respectable number.
It's a good number.
Yeah. So I'm gonna roll one more time. 1d20 plus 6, please. All right, cool. So you're you come flying out. So the first thing that happens from their perspective is they're walking, and the dwarf at the head of this group basically stops and goes, "Does anyone else see that red and purple blob moving in the forest there? Is that what the fuck is that?" And you, Dixie, thinking that you're being ever so out of sight, position yourself, looking ready to do something, and they all look at each other, and they pause a bit in their movement as the line of carpenters all point at each other and are like, what the fuck is that? And some of them are like, I think I saw that. I think that's the red goblin I've seen around town. They're like all conversing and slowing down. And the dwarf looks like he's about to raise a finger to be like, hey, are you all right? When you come bursting out of the forest. And Dixie, you flop onto the ground in front of them and do a very convincing performance, which, could you just act out real quick for me?
Oh, ye gods! That is a really big rock right there! If only— Oh god! I'm tripping, please! No! Ah!
Good, thank
No
you.
longer for this world. Please tell my family I love them.
And then somehow, the dwarf at the lead of this group just stops for a second, and everybody in the procession is super confused. And he goes, Yeah, and walks over to you and looks at you and goes, "Are you all right? Did you? That was a nasty spill you took there. Interesting interpretation of the experience. Are you okay?"
I will not first respond, for I am a method actor and I am dead.
He's gonna like take a closer look, and I'm gonna roll another attempt to do a closer inspection. Okay, well that he can see your chest moving, and you're still breathing. And he doesn't really know what to make of this, so he just thinks about it for a second and goes, "Right, well, there's a dead goblin in the middle of the road. Does anyone want to make lunch?" And there's like a bit of
I
muddled
will remain here
talking.
impeding their path.
And he's gonna build up on it a little bit, and he's gonna go, I just remember that the red ones, they're really good when you know, when you slow roast them whole over a long period of time, you know, on the rotary, they're really tasty. And he's like emphasizing it to try and see if you have a reaction at all. Does Dixie continue to hold her method acting?
I guess I should probably do like save of some kind, but like a will save.
I'm just leaving it in your hands, and you can keep this going.
I'll do a will save, but
right.
I want to just keep sitting there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep on laying there, thinking that eventually, if I lay there long enough, maybe they will become convinced.
He I'm gonna roll 1d20. All right. He looks down and like you're in your process of being you know, fully immersed in your method acting. You can't see the expression on his face or his reactions, but he just kind of stops for a second and goes, "Right, well, you two come over here, help me pick this one up. We'll start getting things ready for lunch after, you know, we start delivering all the materials to the kaijitsu place. If you two want to just heft her up, and careful, because we don't want to spoil the meat by damaging it or bruising it in any fashion." And he's trying to, like, stop himself from laughing. And he goes, "Right, well, I'm going to continue on to the manor that we were hired to go to. So, yeah, let's keep going, shall we?" So, are you just going to lie there and let them pick you up and march off with you?
When they pick me up, I'll bite their arm. I'm a zombie.
Meanwhile, as this is about to go down, Newt, you have now led a procession of gremlins out of the building, and your intent was to head towards town with them, yes?
Yes, yeah. For shenanigan.
Alright, can you give me a perception roll, Newt? Alright. It wasn't going to be a hard one. Looking down the road, you can see a cluster of different sized creatures and entities, a bunch of mixed race inhabitants of Sandpoint, carrying lots of wood and tools and stuff, and they appear to have, there's a dwarf who is with very bushy red hair and beard, who is covered in like all this intricately carved wooden like accessories, has now walked a fair distance ahead of the group in the direction of the Kaijitsu Manor. So you can see him down the road.
Leroy!
What?
Look! There's a dwarf, but he's wearing weird wooden armor, and he's separated from the group. Shenanigan time!
Oh, he looks over your shoulder and goes, "That's such a weird-looking fucking dwarf."
Quick! Mate, dig a hole! Quick, start digging!
Yeah, where are you telling them to dig? I'll be sure to point at it.
In the middle of on the road that they're heading towards. They're gonna have the mites dig a hole, and then have some of the mites start grabbing things to put over the hole.
All right, to create like a pit.
Yeah.
Okay. So he goes, yeah, good idea. You lazy fucks, start digging that hole, and he like points at the road.
Where have your mites been using the restroom?
What? I get to just kind of go anywhere.
Send some of them to go gather and throw it in the pit. It'll be funny.
Put. Hold on, I'm gonna roll an intelligence roll for this guy. We put the mite shit in the hole, and then the dwarf thinks he's going forwards, but it's actually a hole full of mite shit, and when he falls in, he's gonna be covered in mite shit.
Yeah, that's the prank.
Oh, I like you. Oh, right, not too loud. Okay.
Quick.
Oh, Dork Tales, thank you so much for the raid, and Fuzz, thank you for the resub. I'm Leroy the Jenkins right now, but thank you for that and all the follows. All right, just to catch everybody up on that little raid, we currently have. So there is a procession of carpenters heading out of Sandpoint up towards the Kaijitsu Manor here that is being distracted by Dixie the Goblin here. In the process of that, their lead of their procession, the dwarf, has basically been walking along the road ahead here. Newt, with a group of roughly 20 gremlins led by a Jinkum known as Leroy the Jinkums, are now digging a hole in the road to hope that he won't notice that there is a thin covering of it, and they are also gathering up all the leavings of the mites around the area who live in Veldemar Manor to fill it with shit. So hopefully they're going to trap this dwarf in the hole with mite shit. So that's how we roll here. Thanks for coming.
Dude, can I do my follower walk?
Yes, please.
Alright,
Ashley.
perfect. Dark Tales, Necrobat, and Clip of Tiefling. Thank you so much for the follow. Climb the box, break, comfy, cozy. We got hot chocolate, marshmallow blankets, and now we got you. How the hell are ya? And welcome to the D&D stream.
Yes. Just a heads up, we are also using Pathfinder 2.0, and this campaign is run in the world of Galarion using Paizo's very awesome resources. So if you guys are wondering what the fuck that is, what we're doing, and all the rolls and stuff that we're making, that is the details of the systems and stuff. So hope you all settle in, enjoy what you see, and if you could be so kind as to follow all the people who are involved in this project, and if you want to check out some archives and all this other crazy stuff. Looks like Rune Lords. Oh, it is more than just Rune Lords, Dork Tales. It is every adventure path that has used Sandpoint, I have meshed into a campaign to build off of Weeby Goblins. So it has been a good time. We have a very good time here with this. So getting back into it, chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20 to see how well these might scramble and collect the required elements? So just somebody in chat. Oh, hey, look at that. Thank you, Raider, for helping facilitate this this misbegotten prank on this poor dwarf. All right, meanwhile, as this direction, Newt, can you give me a I'm going to call it a Ooh, this is a challenging one. I think my best way to do it is a nature roll. Give me a nature roll to see how well you work in the nature of these creatures and the way that you influence, your connection to these natural elements. Okay, that's good. You're definitely.
It's not natural 20 this time.
Yeah, it's not a nat 20, but it's still 20. You definitely have encouraged them enough to motivate them in a way that they're speaking your language on the idea. So the miscommunication, not there to delay too long. And also, what is going to happen that helps make your thing possible is as the dwarf is walking forwards and potentially in a situation where he can notice what is currently quickly being constructed along the path to the Kaijitsu Manor, is interrupted as he turns around to see one of his fucking carpenters flailing. Dixie, when you bite them, do you drop or do you, dig in and hold on to their arm?
Sorry, I had to reach my unmute button. Yeah, I bite them, I drop, and I take off.
Okay. In what direction? Where do you run?
Well, I know the manor is fucked right now, but hopefully they'll chase me. But I have a feeling I can outrun them. Well, I have a feeling I can trick them.
Yeah, you have a feeling you can outrun them, yeah?
Okay, well, no, I was corrected myself. I have a
It's
feeling
cool.
if push came to shove, I could probably
No. Getting ahead of them is definitely an athletics roll. So just go ahead and give me an athletics roll to see how well you can avoid getting caught.
Are you sure it's not an acrobatics roll?
It is.
That's
when
the best
it comes
roll I've
to...
ever had. Let's do it.
All right. Chat, can you just give me the roll for these guys? Collective roll to see if you can beat a 9. Then Dixie will have to do an acrobatics roll to avoid being grappled. So, all right. Well, congrats, Dixie. Your actions are so confusing that they just do not respond in time, and you are free to run in any direction that you see fit. So feel free to move your token on the map wherever. All right, you run past them into town. Are you trying to give them any incentive to follow you, or are you just running in the hopes that they will?
I was honestly just banking that they would come after me. These guys seem kind of dumb.
You know what?
Wow.
Oh
my god.
Tell you what,
They rolled a nat 1.
Let's leave it up to the fates. They did. They rolled a nat 1 on that. So give me to. Let's make this a possibility. Chat, give me another exclamation mark D20, and depending on the roll, the higher it is, the more likely they will actually chase Dixie. God damn it. Okay. For some reason, instead of one guy just being like, ow, a goblin bit me, and everyone going, we have a job to do, their collective reaction is to go, hey, that goblin bit you! Run after you. And the dwarf stops and turns around and goes, what the fuck? What in the fuck are you all doing? What are you... What are they... Oh my god, fucking idiots! And he runs back to call at them and corral them and be like, we got a job to do. It's not important about the... Are you bleeding? Like, it's just one fucking goblin! And as he's panicking and Newt, you're coordinating Operation Dwarven Shit Pit, we go back to the other side of town to check in with Snooty, Desi, Oleg, Sheriff Baylor, a good chunk of the town militia, and Shalelu and Asana. And thank you very much for the follow, Golden Duggitos. Do you want to, Effie, do you want to give your follow spiel one more time before we get back into your half of this fucking...
Absolutely. Let me just fucking not choke on this cookie. 1 second.
You got cookies?
No.
I want cookies.
Yeah, you know, I can talk to you about that. We can, Second Gen Gamer and Golden Degrees, thank you so much for following. Climb the box for Coffee Cozy. We got hot chocolate marshmallow blankets, and now we got you. How are ya?
Also, I will remind you, wonderful folks, that we have a system here of raising funds for our project called the Goblin Bullshit Pool. Oh, it's not on right now, fuck. Essentially, what happens is you guys can tip or give subs or bits. Bits is the word. Bits, subs, or donations on the end of the conversion rate that ends up in Effie's pockets that equals $10. Every time that is hit over whatever people are contributing, it goes up by a point. So the Goblin Bullshit Pool is basically a pool of points that the goblins can call upon to call a Goblin Bullshit Go roll, which allows them to re-roll their roll, however a consequence is rolled on the table. For example, if it was a 3 there, then if Desi had done it, then she would have 1 less toe on her left foot. So that is like, it's a D100 table of random bullshit I wrote one day and has never stopped being a great source of joy since. So, if you guys want to help increase that pool and keep funding this project, we would appreciate the contributions. But as we return to the other half of the town, essentially, now that things have calmed down a little bit, Baylor leans into you guys and says, all right, okay, it's... Now that I understand the situation a little better, then I'm going to have to humbly request and demand that you aid me in setting up a reception for this horde of goblins arriving in town.
What you actually mean is a bum, right?
He leans closer to you and says, we'll discuss the details of that in private. I don't want more people spreading news of any countermeasures that might be put in place in case the wrong people talk about it.
Got you. Understandable.
He nods his head and says, where can we go to have a conversation about the approach to this situation that would work best for you all?
Well, you know, the house is always a quiet, peaceful place that is good for talking.
You mean your home up on the hill?
Yeah.
See, even Chief Wife said so.
Chief Wife is also half asleep in Oleg's arm.
Oleg is, like, rocking her a little bit, and he's just giving her the, like, oh, sleepy goblin treatment. So, the sheriff, like, looks up, like, a little bit like, what the fuck? Like, random commentary from Sleepy Goblin, and then looks down and goes, fine. Just... He turns around to gesture to the... Oh, sorry, there was an interruption of connection. He turns around to gesture to his men, and he goes, begin establishing the militia and forming a perimeter around the gateway. There is no guarantee that this is an invasion. However, it is, at best, a diplomatic incident, and we will need all hands on deck. Please do not incite panic. And he gestures to all the people around, and he goes, listen carefully, citizens. There is a group of goblins heading this way to the town. I have been assured by their representatives it is a diplomatic encounter. We have taken care of countermeasures ahead of time to ensure that it does not become anything else. Please remain in your homes. If you hear the bell, you know where to go. Otherwise, please spread word that it is being handled and that it is not a large concern. Thank you. And he gestures to Shalelu to come closer to him. And she nods and walks over. And he says, all right, myself and Shalelu will follow you back to your home. And from there, we can begin to discuss how you would like to approach setting up countermeasures in case the goblins are not as they have been promised. And to discuss assurances that you will not be siding with them in the event of a conflict.
Why would I say? Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's real easy to do.
Good. Lead the way, then. We don't have a lot of time.
Okay. We need to pick up pace. So if you want to enter jog mode, that would probably be very helpful.
Snooty boops his nose. Jog mode activated.
Yeah, suddenly Transformer noises and Michael Bay music plays and Oleg just starts going 30 miles an hour. No, he chuckles and smiles at you warmly and nods and starts a jog carrying both of you at a speed that Desi could probably maintain with her boots, but otherwise would not be possible for Snooty. And Baylor and Shalelu nod at each other, and Baylor kind of grimaces because he realizes that this is a time-sensitive situation, but he doesn't like inspiring the panic of, like, running his ass through the streets, but at the moment it's the only choice, so he just kind of swallows that bitter pill, and they all start heading with you back towards the manor. Meanwhile,
Huh?
to the south of the town, Dixie, can you give me another roll of your athletics to see if you can keep pace ahead of this gang of angry carpenters that you have now inspired to chase you?
Was that one good enough?
Would you like to goblin bullshit go that, or are you just gonna...
This is fate.
Yeah?
It speaks to me. Look, we need to save up our points for that fucking goblin pizza party someday.
Okay, fair. Alright, Dixie, you get to about midpoint on the Boggy Creek Bridge before one of the more athletically inclined fellows of the group catches up to you and
like me.
tackles you to the ground.
Oh.
Or attempts to, sorry. This is a grapple attempt now, so give me an acrobatics roll to see how well you can dodge out of the effort. Sorry, I shouldn't... Wow, damn, alright, fuck. This might be challenging to lock you down there.
Sorry, I have a lot of acrobatics.
These guys are pretty basic laborers, so they'll only have a +4. Well! do you see, that's what happens when you get cocky.
It's fate! You know, I was in the circus once upon a...
Oh my god.
So this... One of the laborers, this rather, like, scrawny-looking kid who's probably only in about his late teens, tackles you to the ground. He's like, Hey, why'd you bite Greg?
You fools. For my plan has already been enacted.
What plan? What are you talking about, you... Alright, now you need to decide if this is a deception or an intimidation roll, but go ahead.
You're all fools! You've fallen right into my trap!
Okay, good. You want to keep that?
Yeah,
Alright.
it's fate.
Well,
What do...
Alright. I won't argue that there is an interpretation to that could be considered narratively apt. Half of them are going, yeah, right, just a fucking goblin, and the others are, like, stepping back from the bridge, so, like, half the group is like, no, I've seen enough weird shit today. And the others are just like, oh, stupid goblin. So maybe there's, like, 5 of them who are still on the bridge close to you and are, like, scoffing and laughing each other. And the kid who's, like, pinning you is basically like, yeah, right, you're just some fucking goblin.
I look with, like, fucking deathly intent in my eyes, and I raise my arms above my head. And by raise, I mean, like, raise them above my head, not necessarily up, because I am on the ground now, apparently. So I just lunge my arms up, and I begin charging my lightning attack with all of its special little flourishes. Can I do that?
Mm-hmm. Chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20 for something I need to know here real quick? I'll update you guys later, but just exclamation mark D20 if you don't mind. Okay, cool.
Buns.
I've got Burgor in my mouth.
Borgor.
Burglar.
What the fuck?
So, I'll give you a little context clue, Desi and Snooty. The higher the number the chat rolls for this, the better chances you'll see elements of what's currently occurring. Do either of you wish to call a goblin bullshit on that roll from chat? Don't think about it too hard. I'm just asking, right now, Desi or Snooty, do either of you want to take a goblin bullshit pool hit to have chat re-roll? Otherwise, I'll continue.
What do you think?
Yes?
I'm asking Effie.
Oh.
If, you know, she's the other one that's there. What do you think?
Wait. What?
Oh, just your goblin bullshit go.
Goblin bullshit, go.
Alright, well, I'll give it to Snooty. Hey, there we go. Naylor gave a 14.
Yeah.
Nice. What does Snooty get? Your money, any money you were given is now yet again placed back into Desi's inventory.
Alright, Desi, you get 60 gold back into your inventory.
Yeah, I think.
This running gag is definitely one that I'm enjoying.
Am I just holding
Here
my
you go,
purse?
wife.
Like, am I holding my wife's purse? Is that what's happening right now?
At this
Is
stage, yes.
basically what's happening.
Yes,
Okay,
you.
got
Her money was put in your inventory before, and then you gave her money to make her feel better about not having money. That money has now yet again returned to you through magical means.
Well, you know, what's mine is hers. And what's hers is probably not mine because she's chief wife and I'm a concubine. But okay.
All right, with a 14 from chat. Can I get a perception roll from Snooty and Desi, both, please?
Oh God. Let's do a little percepty.
All right, Snooty, you're, you know, in your groggy state, you're a little comfortable, and you're like, this is nice, a little jog, like we, you know, riding the Oleg. And you look out over to the bridge, and you're like, that's weird. There's like a gang of people, and then you see a familiar hat, probably the most recognizable thing, at a distance, and you go, "Oh no, what has Dixie done now?" So you're the only one of the group who notices this as you guys are jogging along back to the manor. Do you want to draw attention to it, or are you just like, it'll sort itself out?
I think we should go another way, wife.
Yeah, that's probably best.
Points
I don't
to
think-
hat to wife.
Yeah. Oh no.
We should probably go another way.
Yeah, we go other way. Okay, we're taking the scenic route this way.
There is literally no other way onto the island where the manors are, aside from that bridge. Unless you want to swim.
No, Snooty is basically saying what's going on. We just walk around as if we don't know who they are and continue going.
Okay. Okay. Well, Oleg is leading the charge, and you guys are riding him, and as discussion is going on, he's getting closer, and he goes,
Oh no.
Oh yeah, isn't that Dixie?
No, that
Who?
probably is. Yeah, who?
And Oleg looks at the both of you and goes, Are we leaving her? Am I just running past? There's no other way onto the island.
Yeah, we're just going to walk around.
Why?
Because we need. This is really important, and you know, Dixie is a talker. Yeah, we'll just talk all the time. Yeah.
Can you give me a diplomacy roll to see how well you establish this idea?
Oh, no. Absolutely.
Alright, I'll give a will save to... Oleg
Feels
just kind
bad,
of thinks
man.
about it for a minute, and then...
That was the
Duddums.
Adams.
Duddy, buddy. Goblin Cock 69, huh? That's... Well, congrats. It definitely increases the goblin bullshit pool with that many subscriptions at this point. Yeah, so Oleg decides that he doesnn't understand it, but he hasn't understood a lot of things and just played along in the past. So he just kind of goes, oh, okay, what do we talk about? What do we say or do as we're just running past?
No. See, what we are going to do is that's the beauty of it. We don't say or do anything.
So we should just be quiet and keep running?
Yeah.
Okay. So he just continues moving at a pace. He goes faster, and Baylor and Shalelu see him like pick up the pace. Then the sheriff looks at the fucking bridge, and he goes, oh no, and he starts running forwards, and Shalelu goes, oh, and she just starts running with Sheriff Baylor, and as they're charging forwards, before we get to the resolution of that, Newt, is there any other efforts that you want to do in this process of getting them to set up Operation Pit Drop, or are you content to just continue acting as overseer?
So, does it look like they're gonna finish it in time?
Right now, they look like they're working at a speed that, because the dwarf stopped moving forwards, he ran backwards to grab some of the workers, because he was like, oh, what the fuck? Operation Might Shit Pit is proceeding ahead of schedule. It will be... the battle station will be fully operational in time.
Do I need to use any spells to hurry the process along?
You could make it even easier on them if you used any of your magics.
Alright, we need to hurry this. We need this this needs to go much. You know what? Fuck this.
Newt's gonna raise her hands in the air and be like,
More friends.
and I'm gonna cast Summon Fae.
What?
I am here. How can I help you?
No, Fae, not gay.
How dare...
Oh
Wow.
my god. Alright.
Like I said, I'm here. How can I help you?
Chat, give me an exclamation mark D20 to see how well Newt's wild magic elements interpret this spell. 14, that's great. That's great.
I feel like all I do is twist whatever narrative you had on its head.
You summon, like the shittiest Snow White, you summon a gaggle of crusty little shitheads from the Fey dimensions, from the Feywilds, to aid in this process. Your druidic magic's reaching forward to establish a bond from your own magical intent with a small collection of fairies and other gremlins and assorted creatures. There's maybe about 4 or 5 of them in total as you expend that spell slot to essentially use up a fair bit of your magic to create an expedited effort here, I will say. And yeah, they get to work. It's like the most fucked up, like, sing-along fun time experience of a Disney movie, where every little creature involved is something that has definitely fucking murdered people. And as that effort continues, Steve also comes up and is, like, doing a little dance to just be, like encouraging the whole situation. He's like, man, I'm so impressed with Newt right now. I'm glad that you're my mom, ? And just fucking continues to join the experience. So as that whole array of off-brand Disney bullshit, it's like a fucking like a worse intended Don Bluth film. What the hell is that roll for?
Newt's gonna start singing, and that's how well she's singing. And if before you even ask, no, I do not want to use goblin bullshit because that's the best I could have rolled for that. That's what I wanted.
100%, and also you can't use goblin bullshit on 20s or 1s anyways, but yes, that is, I'm glad that, man.
The worst possible song you could think of, Newt starts singing.
Oh god, alright. So as we return to Boggy Creek Bridge, as Dixie, you are now pinned to the bridge by a sassy teenager and a collection of idiot laborers, and you you are about to raise your hand and start a flare of dramatics when you turn your head to see Oleg carrying Snooty and Desi charging forwards towards the bridge, and all of them have this absolutely unmoving look on their faces, as if they are just completely intent on something in the distance ahead of them. And as they are running towards the bridge, I think now is the perfect time for us to take our mid-session break.
Can I do one thing before?
Yes.
I am a goblin and I'm digging a hole. Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. I am a goblin, I'm digging a hole.
And that's how it goes. That lovely singing voice of Newt.
I go get water. Holy shit.
Enjoy your 2 XP while we transition over to the
Oh.
Right, so what we're going to be doing, everybody, is we're going to take our mid-session break. Essentially what happens is we about mid-time, we take about a 15-minute break so that we can take care of bio issues, take care of any of that other shit, and essentially, you know, give ourselves a breather. So, God knows I fucking need one. So a reminder, if you guys would like to follow and engage with the stuff that we have or our archives, you can do so at all those links there. I would really appreciate if you could support everybody involved in this process. And outside of that, thank you all for joining us here. We are going to take a 15-minute breather, and then when we come back, we will see what is to culminate of these ridiculous events. So thank you all for being here. And Goblins, do you want to say ta-ta for now?
Yeah, titties for now.
I was gonna make
am
that
a
joke.
goblin and I'm digging a hole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Hello.
It is time to let you all know a couple of things before we get back into it. One, thank you all who have been sticking around with us to watch this goofy shit unfold. We get up to really goofy things. I'll let you all know that Snooty will not be joining us for the rest of the evening. She tried to tough it through for this broadcast, but she is feeling very under the weather, and we don't want her to hurt herself in the process of goblin shenanigans. So it was decided unanimously that she should go be a sleepy little bean and get her rest, because she does not need to just stay here and die like some of us have tried to do in previous broadcasts, because I think literally every member of our group at some point has been here when they shouldn't have, because they needed rest. And I appreciate the amusement that it brought, but at the same time, it's important that we take care of our health. So make sure you guys wish Ash well and send her your love, because the top priority is making sure that she takes care of her health and her wellness. So that is why she is not here. But we will be continuing onwards, and it is okay. We will just assume for the time being that Snooty has done the narcolepsy and is now asleep in Oleg's arms, as she often is. Excuse me. To that effect, before we get back into it, I would just like to remind everybody, if you are so capable of doing, could you please give a follow to each and every one of the wonderful people you see in that list? In Effie's chat, those are all the contributors to the project. Great, now I've got hiccups. I'm not choking to death, I'm just hiccuping. Those are all the people who are part of this project. There's also a master list of previous guests and contributors who we would appreciate that you follow and endorse as well. It would be very kind of you to do that. And then also, if you want to watch what we have so far of the archive uploaded, there is a link there. It is not all of the broadcasts, but it is definitely a fair bit of what you can watch to catch up from the beginning. So hopefully, if you guys are like, oh, this is cool, I want to see where it started, there is the archive for you.
I wasn't there.
It's true. For a period of that time, Newt and Dixie were not involved. So I think that it is fun to go back and watch the evolution of our campaign, and it
I was there.
yeah, for a period. But as we go forwards, we remember
I've been here since episode 1.
all the good
I was just off
times
camera.
we I mean, okay, technically yes. That is true. Technically yes. But last thing I'll mention before we get back into it is Effie is doing a donathon. And right now the quick redeems are not enabled because it is a little too hard to make them work with Goblinz broadcast. But basically when you guys see Effie broadcasting, those are all her goals for the donathon, and those are redeems you guys can redeem to get reactions out of her or do things while she's doing it. Her stretch goals are listed all there, and as the list goes on further, eventually she will add more long-term goals to it. And the donathon will continue until Effie feels it has lost its beneficial momentum. So there is no cap on it. It's going through January at the very least, and then wherever it all goes from there is basically just like if people have still engaged with it or not. So if you guys want to keep the good time donathon bullshit going, make sure that you guys are tuning in for Effie's broadcasts and giving her some support. Otherwise, the best thing you can do today is just continue to provide support for the Goblin Bullshit Pool, and if we can get that number up to a decent amount, we will do rewards that I have sorely been needing to put out a tier or list of rewards for. So that'll be coming. It's just you know, I do a million things, so I should definitely prioritize it. Yes, eventually it will culminate in pizza for the goblins, but for now, we got to get back into the action. So, hey goblins, are you ready to address the awkward? Oh, Andre, Effie, do you want to give Andre your usual?
I would fucking adore it. Thank you. 1 second. Bucketch Andre, thank you so much for the follow. Come in the box for cozy, we got hot chocolate marshmallow blankets, and now we got you. How the hell are you? Or, if it's slightly more, familiar. Oh hi, thanks so much for the follow. Come in the box for comfy, cozy. We got hot chocolate, we got marshmallows, we got blankets.
I ate them. I'm sorry.
Damn, Jennifer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we don't have any blankets, but now we have you, so thank you.
Yes.
How the hell are you?
Can you be our new blanket? I promise I want you.
I'm
always down for a Eugene blanket.
Here at FB Enterprises,
we don't condone his to speak.
I'm sure she could, but we got to get back into the action. Otherwise,
yes.
there are very pressing matters to address right now. So.
Oh yeah. I've got my line.
Yeah. With all that said and done, thanks for your support, guys. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoy the continued broadcast, and let's get back into the show. So let me hit the old Goblin Heidi thing. We'll go back to where everything is going on the mat at the moment. I don't have tokens to represent all the angry workers, but that's fine. And now we will play the music of the day, which is actually, you know what? Before we play that music, let's just go. Let's go like this. Go like this. Okay, that was the most delayed water.
Well, you're doing it, Peter. I believe in you.
Peter, I'm holding iced tea. You fuck every time. All right. Anyways, let's get back into the mix. So, before we went on our break, Oleg, Snooty, Desi, Sheriff Baylor, and Shalelu and Asana were headed across the bridge of Boggy Creek into the area where the 4 major manors of Sandpoint are on their little own private island. they had been intending to head back to the home of the former Scarnetti Manor, which has now been redubbed Goblissi Manor.
I was gonna say, how dare you not use its perfectly in universe and just amazing name. But proceed.
Yes, so on their approach to Goblissi Manor, previously on the other side of town in this area, Dixie and Newt were both doing their darn best to make this space as accommodating for the incoming goblin horde that is on the horizon as possible. So Dixie, deciding to be a distraction, and have a good day, Andre. I hope work goes well. Deciding to be a distraction, bit one of the construction workers who was on their way, or carpenters, to build a, well, lack of better word, cage around the Kaijitsu Manor to help contain the goblins when they arrive. And they decided, through reasons I'm still not fully unaware of, to act very incensed and chased after Dixie. And some of them now intimidated. So Dixie, as you're charging up your as you're getting ready to fire in your laser, what was it you were gonna do? And then I'll let you know anything relevant as that comes into the process. So
I wasn't gonna actually like let it rip, so to speak. I was just gonna start charging it to scare them. And now that there are people running up on us, and you have mentioned that I noticed them. My minions have arrived! You fools! I have summoned them here to be your demise! Now, did any of that come through, or did like my mic cut out all of it out?
Your mic cut out parts of it.
Hold on, I'm gonna read it like I'm a 7th grade student in a play. My minions have arrived. You fools! I have summoned them here to be your demise. Now, hold on. Now perish.
And as you say that, Oleg carrying Snooty and Desi looking forward, making no eye contact or any expressions of any kind, quickly run past everyone and continue along the road. So,
damn.
The laborers, everybody, literally everyone in this whole mix, just stops to watch a half-orc carrying 2 goblins, one fast asleep in the half-orc's arms, just completely ignoring everybody in the process, just go charging up the road at a fairly intense speed. And everybody turns to watch this, and nobody says anything, and then everyone turns back to you, Dixie, and then everyone raises their head as Sheriff Baylor just comes to a stop on the bridge and just looks at everybody. And there's like a very awkward long pause. And he goes, "Why?"
Can you give me a hand here, buddy? At this point, the magics have stopped.
Okay. He's not even saying anything. He just hears you say that, and then he looks at the laborer, and the kid who's like holding you down just sheepishly gets up and goes like, "Well, she bit him." And there's like a guy in the back who like waves.
I stand up and dust myself off, and then I sort of straighten my like my shirt. So undignified. And I walk behind Sheriff Penis Head.
And he's gonna look down, and he's gonna look up, and I'm gonna give a roll for the guys, the laborers, to see if they can explain this in any way that would make sense to the sheriff without him being like squints. So I'm gonna give them a little roll here. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm going to give Sheriff Baylor a... I'll give him a perception roll first. Okay. And I'll give him a will save. Is that how many? Was that a double? What was the other result? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, so the sheriff just listens to them blather on a little bit about they're trying to make their point about being like, well, she bit him and we were all really upset about it, and they're like, it's falling apart as they're trying to describe it because they're just like, I guess we could have asked more questions, but it was really, they ran away and we just wanted to hold them down, and then they started. I know that sounds bad, but they were doing magic, and the sheriff just kind of sighs and he goes, "Go back to work." And they all shuffle their
Sir, I
legs.
attest that there was not a single scratch on any of them. You can check their bodies.
And he just sighs and says, "There isn't time for that at the moment. We have more pressing matters to attend to. You are involved. Please
What are the
follow
pressing
me to
matters?
your home. We can discuss that more when we reach your house."
Can I write on your bag?
Give me a diplomacy roll. Fine.
Thanks. Hey, blonde lady.
She glares absolute daggers at you, saying nothing. And the sheriff begins to run across the bridge, and she picks up the pace almost immediately with it, leaving the laborers to just stand there gawking. And the dwarf catches up to everybody as they run by, and he goes, "Sheriff?" And he looks at them all and goes, "All right, now that you're done fucking around with a goblin, why don't you all pick up your tools and we go get back to getting everything built before I can actually knock off for the night without having to worry about you wankstains all causing problems in the middle of a fucking forest?" And they all like, "Yes, sir," start shuffling their feet. So, now that Snooty, Oleg, and Desi have reached the building, Baylor carrying Dixie and Shalelu turning the corner, heading towards the building. They catch up with you. So what do you guys want to do? Desi, what do you want to do when you arrive at the house? You're the first one there atop Oleg, and Snooty is fast asleep in Oleg's arms.
Shit. Glory, make sure you're outside. Good doggy. Dentist, let Glory out. We have visitors. Hello?
There's like, are you yelling this into the hallway?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Denise comes scrambling down the hall, and is like, what do I need to do?
Just make sure that the dog is outside.
Are we having company?
But we have Sheriff Baylor and the Shillelagh, and we have guests.
Her
Yes.
face goes bright red, and she says, "Shalala," as in Shalala and Asana, the ranger.
Yeah, the lady that looks like she wants to kill me at all times. Yeah, that
Yes,
one.
the goblin-slaying elf woman.
Yeah. See, I misheard. I thought everybody says she was the goblin-laying elf woman, so I thought, well, that doesn't seem very scary. But that was a misunderstanding.
as she stands there just saying nothing, you hear the like pat 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 of paws along the ground, and Ghoulie just walks up and looks at all of you, wondering like, what the fuck is going on? And Denise like pauses for a very long time, and she goes, Ghoulie, do you want to go for a walk? And Ghoulie just looks up at her for a moment. His eyes narrow, as if he's like been talked to in an insulting way, but as he processes, he just very gently wags his tail, still looking completely suspicious about it. And Denise looks back at you and goes, good luck. And just turns around and walks with him to the back of the house and out the kitchen, like, exit.
Good. Hi, welcome. Why don't you, this way. You can sit in the living room, and I will make, some tea.
Can I like lean forward over by like Sheriff Baylor's shoulders and just be like, so Baylor, do you come around here often? I heard you hate goblins.
He just
Me too,
drops
bro.
you. Like, he lets go of you onto the floor of your house.
Nice.
And he just continues walking. You're in the building he needs you to be in. He just continues walking into the manor. And as you sit
Well,
there,
I say, gentlemen.
Shalelu steps over you while looking at you like she wants to just tear your face off. Like, this woman, I don't think you've ever had somebody look at you. Wow, that's not true. You're a goblin. You've definitely had
Try me,
people look at
bitch.
you like this. But she's definitely got like Kanto vision. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna rework that. Anyways, let's moving.
I want to win her over.
Yeah, you're gonna win over Shalelu the Goblin Slayer.
Seems like a nice gal. I like her title.
Yeah, that's fair. I too also enjoy jumping into gorilla enclosures. Anyways, so as you as you move into the building. Meanwhile, northern-wise, as all this is going on and they are making preparations in the manor to have the interaction, the gremlin shit pit is now complete. It is ready and covered. And Newt, your Fey allies.
Hide!
All right, chat. Now here comes the moment of truth. Chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20 to see how well, collectively, the Fey efforts to build a well-hidden trap pit? Alright. Newt, would you like to fall on the goblin bullshit reroll?
Come on, bullshit, pull!
Oh,
Come on, bullshit, go!
okay. Alright. Someone else in chat, yet another exclamation mark D20 to see how well the collective Fey effort went to build this this pit. I will add a bonus I will not imply, also due to Newt's probably considerable capabilities in this realm. Alright, that's about as well as that the bonus is going to be lended by the Fey to this, so let's see what Newt gets for the... Every time someone speaks, the goblin who...
Oh no.
Alright, well hopefully nobody says your name, Newt. Alright. As you're hiding in the bushes and everybody scatters and the Fey you summon kind of return to the Fey realm, although some of them remain because they're like, we're setting up a trap? Oh my god, I'm going to see what happens. So they've not desummoned at the point because they want to see the culmination of this collective little gremlin energy effort. So you and Steve and Leroy and all the Fey are like hiding in like a hedgerow, basically, like a high enough thing. And so your bonus provided by their efforts is a 3. So Newt, give me a the best I can give
Survival?
you. Survival. Sure. Actually, yes, that will apply. Give me a survival roll. We'll add a +3 All right, 23 is your total. Do you think that's good enough, or do you want to try for higher?
Ah, fuck. No, that's good. That's good. I don't want to roll worse.
All right, all right. You don't want to hedge your bets? That's fair. That is fair.
Uh-huh.
All right. So, as the dwarf and his friends, or co-workers, I should say, continue along the road towards Kaijitsu Manor, the dwarf now heading up the initiative again, leading the way for everybody, just kind of grumbling. He's like, fuck, they employ idiots. He is walking his way down the road. And now, I am going to give him a roll. Now, this fellow, outlined as is according to Paizo, let's see, where is his name again? This is Astric Battlehorn. He is a very well-traveled and well-established dwarven adventurer, and has a fair sight for artificially made traps and natural things. So he would have a fair bonus to this roll. So let's see if he beats a 23 to see if he spots this trap that has been so lovingly prepared in the middle of the road. Now, I will say, before I roll for him, Newt, is there anything you can think of that might disrupt his ability to notice this trap that you would like to throw into the mix before I roll?
No. All the stuff I have would be if he notices it.
All right. In that case, I'm going to hit enter and see what comes. Ooh. As he's walking along the road, he begins to look at it, and he notices there's a strange change in the pattern of the walkway along the way. It's worn down, and nobody's been keeping this road very well, beyond like the occasional relaying of gravel and such. But he can see that there's something wrong in the middle of the road, and he looks like he's looking very closely at it. You get the impression that if something isn't done, he will definitely take notice of there being a
How
pitfall.
close is he to the pit?
He's probably still a good 20 feet away from it.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
The first thing I'm gonna do is cast grease in front of the pit.
Oh no. Alright.
And then the second thing I'm gonna do is hydraulic push behind him.
Chat, due to the wild magic nature of Newt's casting, can I get an exclamation mark D20? And then another one for both of those casts, please. So the first one is grease, and the next one is hydraulic push. Okay, that's pretty good for the grease. Now I need a roll from chat, exclamation mark D20. Okay, hydraulic push still pretty good in the positives. It's a good thing. Hydraulic push has a saving throw element, doesn't it?
It is, it's a ranged spell attack. It's just a ranged spell attack. It doesn't have.
Oh, okay. So you just need to beat his basic DC, DC with it. Okay. So roll me the hydraulic push, and let's see if you can beat his AC.
Is he flat-footed?
I will say that in his defense, he would definitely notice the spanning of the grease out. So I think that he's like, what the fuck? So as the grease spreads in front of him, I think he's definitely going to start taking notice of the trap. He's going to see the grease.
Come over, Chico!
I was about to say, make one more roll, because technically... Alright, that works. We don't need to do the goblin bullshit, because technically you have favor because you're ambushing him. He doesn't know you're there. And before I had any rules on that front, I already let this go forward. So yeah, you're going to beat his AC with the push without needing to do the reroll, because I didn't do the proper... I fucked up on procedure and didn't do the stealth check, so... Before he knows what's going on, and combined with the wild magic efforts, the grease has already formed a very clear, like, layer around the ground up to his feet. And the hydraulic push, I assume you're intending it not to do any damage. It's just meant to really emphasize sending him forwards, yes?
Yeah,
Alright.
it does bludgeoning damage, but if I can not do the bludgeoning, then I will. Or do minimum bludgeoning.
I'll
whatever you wanna
translate
do.
the damage into trying to get a further, like, push. Like, seeing
Okay.
how further on you can get him to go rather than hurting him. So...
Well, that would... I just...
That's a further 10 feet, for sure. Alright, so with that 10... Oh,
and when he hits the oil, the reflex save is 20.
I was just about to ask, what is the reflex save he has to roll to see if he can stabilize himself? So, yeah. Alright.
Well, he can make a reflex or an acrobatics.
Well, here, let's see how it goes. Well, that's not a 20. So this dwarf, his specialty lies in athletics, not acrobatics or any reflex-based things, so he's definitely, I mean, he's a character, so he's got pretty good stats, but even so, in this instance, you watch as Noble Asser Battlehorn, owner of the Carpenters Guild of Sandpoint, well-traveled and well-established dwarven adventurer, friend to the people, is pushed hydraulically across a patch of grease into a pit that is completely full of gremlin shit, and as it collapses, you just hear the splooshy, wet, squishy noise of previously dried fecal matter being reignited with its moisture, with the addition of grease and water, as this dwarven man is just catapulted forwards into the hole. And a chorus of giggles erupts from the bushes. And at that point, Steve turns to you and he says, "Oh, that was a really good trick, Newt."
Scat!
So Steve
Does Steve follow?
Steve is following you, yes. He's like, "Ah!" It's
All
running,
right.
screaming behind you to the north.
What does Leroy do?
Leroy is running away, and as the dwarf comes up out of the pit, like, angry, like, this dwarf looks like his it's almost like his hair, his beard, and the hair on his head has been illuminated in light.
Whoa! Doesn't he have to climb out of the pit? He is covered in oil now.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. He's too short to stand up out of it. He's a fucking dwarf. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. All right, let me give him his this is his athletics bonus this time. There we go. So he scrambles, angry, flaming in his frustration. He
One
comes
more question.
crawling out of the pit. Yeah, go ahead.
The Fae that stuck around to see what happens, are they still there laughing?
Yes, they are.
Or did they also... Okay, so
No,
they didn't scatter.
They didn't scatter. They have no
Okay.
stake in remaining, but they will disappear as soon as that basically comes to
So,
culmination.
like, all he's gonna see as he climbs out is a bunch of Fae laughing at him and then disappear?
Yes, he is. So I'm
And
going to give...
I love it when a plan comes together.
So he comes crawling out of the thing, takes a look out of the fucking... out of the pit. This man is... He looks about as well as Titus did in that one instance of things that occurred. And coming out of this pit, climbing, like, pulling himself, like, he pulls... You can see his fingers dig into the road and just, like, into it as he pulls himself out. And as he looks around, he just sees Faye disappearing from existence one by one as other gremlins just scatter and head off in different directions. And he barely registers the sound of somebody going out. And because he can't find a single target or somebody to blame, he just stands on the edge of the pit and screams in rage to the sky. Meanwhile,
It's just like old times, Leroy.
Thank you, please. Oh my god.
Now I think it's pertinent that we do this. 1 second.
Uh-huh.
We are going to go...
Hey, Grim.
Hello, Grim. All right, let's see. Who are we working with here? We have... we don't need any of these right now at the moment, and we will change the arrangement. Boop. So, where, Desi, would you direct this meeting, essentially, to be being held? Would it be in the dining room, or would you guys go somewhere else?
No, it's not in the dining room. It's in the sitting room. It's the one with all the
Couches.
dead animal skins and the candles and the windows and the comfy furniture.
Got it, got it. So Oleg takes Snooty upstairs and puts her to bed. Oh wait, no, he puts her in the wife tree. Sorry, I forgot.
I was gonna say they don't get to see the wife tree.
Yeah.
So
He quietly deposits Snooty within the wife tree so that she can sleep. And Oleg now returning to the room for a brief period. All that is happening right now is Sheriff Baylor, Shalala and Asana, Dixie and Desi are quietly sitting in a sitting room to the sound of a nearby clock, and nobody is speaking. So, Desi, anything you want to say, or are you just going to wait for Oleg to return?
Yeah. Hi. So, I bet you're all wondering why I brought you here. And that is, first of all, let me be 100% clear and explain very, very succinctly that, I am a citizen of this town, and if I have to blow up 200 goblins that are trying to ruin it, I'll blow up 201 goblins. That's 2% extra for free.
That's not how percentages work. That's 0.5%.
I shut up.
Dixie, is that what Dixie says, or does she join?
Yeah, no,
in
that was
on
in character.
Okay, so do you have anything else to say on the matter of what's going on here, Dixie, or is that all you offered to the conversation?
If I can personally assure you that if any of the goblins try to do anything unseemly, I'll handle them myself.
Alright, I would like diplomacy rolls from Desi and Dixie.
Where the fuck? Oh, there.
Wow. I was not expecting the higher roll from Dixie. Desi,
I
do you
wasn't
wish-
either. I just kind of was
Pissed.
like, bruh.
Desi, do you
I have
wish-
reason.
It's true. It's true. In this instance, I think you would be more honest about that initiative than even Desi, because you definitely have an even deeper seated hatred to draw from there. So, Desi, do you wish to re-roll, or are you good?
What did I get? A 3. Got the bullshit go. Me, the
Nice.
big bird in the sky.
You are 1 year
Oh,
younger,
no.
Desi.
My wife is a grave robber. Oh.
A cradle robber, you mean? I was like,
Yes.
When did she become
Whoops,
into
wrong way.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Silver, I've de-aged 4 years.
We found the
Help!
secret to immortality.
Goblin
Gambling.
bullshit. Oh boy. Well, I hope you get the aging one soon.
I've gotten it once that I was like, oh, okay. And then it was just none of them. Oh, God. Okay.
All right. So you have scored a 26. Dixie has scored an 18. I will roll for the only person in this room who needs to be convinced. I guess it's gonna be a will, and if I'm being entirely honest, she would have fortune on it to try to resist any efforts of a goblin trying to explain anything to her. So she is going
That makes
to
sense.
roll that. I'll do it twice. So 15. Oh, so close.
I would like to call bullshit
On what?
and make her reroll.
You can't use the goblin bullshit pool for that.
No, I'm using elf bullshit. It's very different.
I'm afraid that even though you make good points, Lelu and Asana is not the type to trust goblins without an extremely clear, actionable reason.
Can I try doing something?
Sure.
I'll get up. And I'll walk over to Shalelu. And I'll whisper, hopefully in a tone that only she can hear, because I'm close to her. Look, I don't like goblins as much as the next person. They're horrible, murderous, selfish creatures. But I do trust the people in this house, at least. If you're worried about goblins getting out or them coming into the streets and making a ruckus, you're on top of it. If not you, then we are. I don't entirely, wholeheartedly believe that my newfound friends would necessarily turn against their own. But if anyone went out of line and they needed to be put down, it'd be so easy for you to just come on in and take their life. And no one would try to stop you. It's an army of goblins. Do you think the townsfolk give a shit? Do you think they care? I don't think they do. All I ask is that you give them a chance.
That is a good point. Tell you what. I already gave you guys a diplomacy attempt. I'll give you an attempt to roll a performance on that to see how well you deliver that relevant information. So give me a performance roll. Alright, it's 21.
Can I roll a perception check just to see if I heard that?
Sure, of course.
Excellent, excellent. Also, how dare you, persnickety? How dare you? I'm trying to be quiet and listen to a tense moment, and then you. I didn't hear shit.
Yeah. You decided that even though it might have been able to be overheard, you decide that you're not going to listen in on whatever she's quietly saying to Shalelu in case, you know.
I'm being polite. How's
Perhaps,
that?
yes,
Nico?
perhaps it's not something that you'd like to do. Shalelu, is going to come at this from a different perspective, which means she will roll her will save without fortune, because you make a really good point in something that appeals to her on that front. Oof. Alright. She nods,
What the fuck?
and then the first time anyone has heard her talk in this entire, undertaking up until this point, she looks you in the eye, and she just says, "I've always known who my enemies are. I can guarantee you that."
Oh, well, then, that's pretty good because it wouldn't be us. Trust me. I like sandwiches. There is no sandwiches in the Goblin Village.
At this point, Oleg comes into the room after having put Snooty to bed, and he looks around for a place to sit. And he's like, "That's kind of frosty. This is a little
Hey,
frosty."
Oleg, come here.
Oh,
I grab his hand.
oh.
Here, you can sit right next to Shalelu. You guys can talk about how much you guys hate goblins together, because I know that's something you guys share together. So I'm just gonna.
Oleg has like a
It's rude to stand, Oleg.
like look on his face, like, oh my god, like he doesn't know how to process this. You've literally just shoved him in such an awkward situation. And as you're saying that, Shalelu just stands up and she walks over to the door. And she hasn't holstered her bow this entire time. And while keeping an arrow knocked but down at the side, she just stands in the corner, covering both doors with an arrow at the ready. And Oleg just he lets out like a, oh, and just plops onto the couch. Meanwhile, hey Newt, you're in the bushes at the moment to the north, and you've definitely gotten away from this. You got away scot-free. This guy, he's not he didn't know where to everything scattered in every direction, and he had no idea where to start chasing. And honestly, he has work to do in the day, so he's definitely stewing though. But as you guys reach the, I assume you fled to
Stew muffin?
What?
Stew muffin?
No, stew
I'll
is
be the first to
irrelevant.
kill Stu.
You have escaped along with some of the gremlins and Leroy and Steve. And you headed to the Deverin Manor, right? So you're basically hiding behind the mayor's house now. And as you're sitting there kind of catching your breath, the Jinkum Leroy catches up to you and he's like, let me go ahead and put up the imagination goes here screen for now. He goes, oh, that was great. That was so good. Oh.
Did you hear him plop?
Oh, he made such a squoosh noise.
Oh, it's like old times.
Steve, not really knowing what was going on, he was like, ha ha, shit dwarf!
He was a shit dwarf.
Yeah! And then everybody, a round of laughter. Ha 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 ha! Everybody doing that chuckle with each other, and then there's a ha ha, calming down, and then there's a pause in the mirthfulness, and then Leroy turns to you and he goes, so, what next?
I don't know. That was the only dwarf I knew about.
Oh. Well.
We could prank him again in a day or so.
Yes. Why was Dwarf here, anyways?
I don't know. He had a bunch of people with him.
Yes.
Should we go see where he went?
Leroy looks a little concerned and he goes, I hope they weren't here to hunt gremlins.
No, he was wearing wood armor. He's a bad dwarf.
Yes. Shit dwarf is shit at being dwarf.
I'll go investigate. Get your people back to the house.
All right, I'll round up the gremlins. We'll go back to mansion. Continue to hide and breathe.
Newt will head towards the home.
He turns to look at you as they're leaving, and he raises his staff in the air and he goes, "Newt, friend of gremlins."
Newt will like nod back and be like,
More shenanigan begins to come.
He nods enthusiastically and says, "I will wait you at the mansion."
and Newt will head back and arrive with a giant grin on her face.
Right, so coming in through the door, you you are now headed back to. It'll take a little bit of time for you to get back, so I'm just gonna switch back to the scene. But you and Steve have definitely arrived and will be joining the conversation shortly. But for the time being, we will return to the manor, and we will go on with the conversation. So the sheriff, he puts he steeples his fingers in front of his face and sighs, and he says, "All right. If there is roughly close to 100 goblins headed in this direction, and they intend to be outside of my town, and we intend to allow them access to... What was your intention in all this anyways? Where were you hoping to direct all of these goblins once they arrived in Sandpoint?"
We were just going to take them over to our other property.
I see, the Kaijitsu Manor. You intended to house an entire tribe of goblins in one building.
Well, no, we were making fence also, you know?
Alone?
Yeah.
With no help. You were just going to build a fence.
Oh, no, sorry. We were hiring helpers. We passed them on the bridge. They're currently en route.
His eyebrow raises and he goes, "Did you
and-
inform the people that you hired that they would be building a... What were they building anyways?"
No, just a standard property fence.
Now, Sheriff Baylor, if you would pay attention, we are creating jobs here. Okay?
It is true. I actually did give them a rather large sum of money. But, you know, that we have a large place. I just figured, you know, goblins sometimes are rowdy. So if I put up a fence, they could stay. And then, you know, we just put, a child-safe lock on it. Easy peasy.
We are bringing life back to the job market that has been dead since that horrible, horrible incident at the Fat Man's Feedback.
I don't understand what that has to do with anything in the Carpenter's Guild.
We're creating jobs.
Oh, okay.
Baylor. Baylor looks over at Oleg to gauge his reaction to everything, and Oleg is like, he's exhausted. He's like, "Oh my god, like, today has been a day, and I have been running, and everything is just like, there's this, a dwarf hit me in the balls." Like, he's just had a day. So he's just kind of spaced out, and the sheriff just kind of disregards him and looks over at the two of you and says, "So let me get this straight. You intended to invite your tribe into Sandpoint and house them in the Kaijitsu Manor and hire the Carpenters Guild to erect a enclosure of sorts around the property to ensure that they do not leave said property?"
Well, no, not without supervision. You see, I understand that you probably are looking at me like I am a crazy woman, and under all other circumstances, I would agree with you. See, this was not my plan. This was my wife's plan. As she is chief wife, generally speaking, she is trying to put on a good example for tribe, but tribe is also very far away. So she's trying to basically do a on-hands experiment outside of town to try to housebreak goblins. If the goblins are like us and we settle down, then, I think the idea is that it ends all conflicts.
The sheriff stands up, and for the first time that you've ever seen him like exhibit any emotion other than consternation and mild amusement, he looks legitimately angry. He looks like upset. Like his face is covered in like this expression of just being like very, very unhappy about this whole development. Hearing everything, his face just kept going down, and he just stood up. He stands up from the couch and he says, "Do you have any idea what kind of choice I have to make now?"
Honestly, no, because I think it's pretty cut and dry, but why don't you tell me? Because I'm definitely listening, and I'm sorry that your face is doing the angry thing.
Whatever choice you make, I'll try to follow it.
He sighs, and he says, "I need to give the people of Sandpoint reassurances that an entire clan of goblins parading through the middle of town into the richest area of the entire settlement to live there, in a place that is coveted by many, are given assurances that we have it handled. That we, to those who will be panicking at the sight of goblins in mass in this place, you have been a group of 4, and the conversations I have been putting out, the fires that I have been ending on your behalf in this town, have been so many. There are many who wish to bury the hatchet, and that, myself included, I tire of goblin raids. If we could integrate goblins into this town, my life would be able to be so much easier, because all I would need to do is ensure that humans who want to fuck everything up in this town at a constant rate are the only thing that is my priority at the moment. Having the diversity is good. Having your goblins here is good. I agree. I think that would have been a great choice had I been given time. But now there are so many coming that the culture clash will be uncontainable. There will have to be segregation of the species in this town for the betterment of that interpretation. I do not want to have to enforce that. I do not want to have to worry about the violence that will erupt between these groups. And now all I can think of, because you have suggested to me to lay a trap for these goblins, is how do I justify not requesting that you rig that manor with as many explosives and incendiaries as possible and hand me a button that allows me to solve that goblin problem as soon as the town needs me to.
Wouldn't be a button, it would be a plunger. But it doesn't matter. I understand what you're saying. Look. Okay. Look, listen. If I'm going to be completely honest, look, I don't really care for the suck frogs. Honestly, I had to live in fear of being killed for reading books, and they told me that I was the ugliest goblin that they've ever seen. Every day. Okay? Not my favorite. And also, do you know that goblins do not have cheese? It is hell. All sorts of hell, depending on what deity you believe in. Imagine, Sheriff Baylor, a cheeseless world, where when you wake up, somebody hands you a dead rat without even a slice of Kraft Velveeta on top of it to let you choke it down. It is a dark and joyless place, with little idiots running around and hitting each other in the head with rocks because they don't know that cheese exists. Honestly, I weep for them, but I will also not suffer them because I have behaved and cultivated a relationship with the town that has the cheese. Don't you understand, Sheriff Baylor? It's all about the cheese.
And none of that actually matters because what I'm actually going to say is,
Yeah, no, I really understand, and I'm sorry, but look, I am trying to make one wife happy. Other wife is, deputy. Why don't you put her in charge of, but of helping to corral goblins? And if you tell me honestly, I will literally go meet them and stop them. If that is what you want, I will legitimately go and stop them.
He'll.
Because
Oh, go
at
ahead.
the end of the day, as I have told many people, I like living here. I do not like living with goblins. And frankly, I have no love for the tribe. But my wife has responsibilities and people depend on her. So out of love, I will give them a chance. But if they show up and they're like, haha, we're so smart, we're going to we're going to attack the town, I will hand you 2 plungers. That is right. Everybody else is going to be like, why does Sheriff Baylor's mom let him have 2 plungers? And I will let you blow them up because, frankly, I have no good merits with them. I do not want to kill them, but if it came down to the safety of Sandpoint and the preservation of the lifestyle that me and my family enjoys, I guess my only question to you is, where is the best place to put the bomb?
Newt, overhearing this through the door, how do you feel about it?
Newt's never even met the Suck Fox.
I want to know. Do you just burst in like, "Ayo"?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick the door down. Just like swing the door open with a big
Very,
gun.
very important question. Is it the left door or the right door?
That decides even left.
This determines if you live or
right.
die.
Even left, odd right. Roll chat.
Chat exclamation mark D20, please.
please do not let wife die.
Left door it is. Bam!
I'm going to roll. I'm going to roll a dodge roll for Shalelu. She definitely is going to avoid the door. And now, chat.
Hi, everyone!
We were just talking about you. That's really convenient.
Chat, can I get another exclamation mark D20 to see if Shalelu, if her trigger discipline holds on her bow in the process of interpreting a hostile event? Alright, cool. It was a
If you shoot my
50-50.
wife, I will kill everybody in the town. Oh, good. That's good. Never mind.
Oh, sorry, lady. Why were you behind the door? Didn't your parents tell you not to hang by doors or you get hit?
You're a goblin. Who told you about doors?
One of the villages I was in, I got hit a bunch by...
That makes lots of sense. Okay, never mind. Thank you. I was, alright, no further questions.
So you go into this door, kicking it wide open, being like, "Hey, everybody!" And Steve, seeing you do this, that does the same to the other door. He just screams something in Goblin that nobody really understands. He's just like, "I'm doing it too," and comes in with you, Newt. And Shalelu, she combat rolls out of the fucking way and readies her bow in your direction, and barely manages to hold back her attempt to fire the bow. And now she's looking around, and she's looking at the sheriff, like without even saying anything, just... You can tell she's like, what the fuck am I dealing with right now? because she's also seen a goblin who did that, walked in, and is hovering a foot above the fucking ground.
Excuse me? What? Random lady in my house, do you mind not aiming your weapon at me?
She looks at you, and you. I don't know if Newt has had the mental capacity to remember when somebody looks at her with pure hate, but she's definitely giving you an unpleasant look while also looking between you and the sheriff.
Oh, that's fine. Does she lower her weapon?
She's not she doesn't have it drawn, but she's definitely got it at the ready. But the sheriff, he stands up as this is all going on.
As she's pointing her bow, I'm gonna grab my jacket and pull it aside, showing the badge to her, and be like, "I gave you an order, ma'am."
You know, Nit, when you casually flash your authority, it does something to me. Deep inside, there is a primal response. I wish to swoon and fall.
The
Does she respond?
The sheriff stands up in all this chaos, and Steve, thinking he should do the same too, just pretends he's moving a jacket aside and points to his chest where nothing is, and just is nodding yeah, respect Newt. He has no context of why the fuck it's happening, but he's definitely trying to support you. Sheriff Baylor.
Because the bottom.
Sheriff Baylor stands up and he goes, "Hold, it's fine. This is another one of the goblins from their group. Don't put your fucking bow down. I don't need any more incidents today. We already got something to deal with that is far more pressing." And he nods to you.
You heard the ma'am, lady. We have more pressing matters than your ego. Put the bow down.
She gives you a real angry look, but she recognizes the badge. And Shalelu, if nothing else, respects order. So she nods and stands up, and very much so...
Order, simp.
Sorry, pardon, what?
I said, what the fucking order, simp?
She...
Lady has never even jaywalked in her life.
She decides to take
My
a
head.
position behind Dixie and lean against the wall instead. And still hasn't holstered her bow, but is now down at a very passive stance. And as she does so, the sheriff just sighs and he says, "I don't need people at each other's throats while dealing with all of this. We have a simple problem to solve here, and I could pontificate about why it brings me so much frustration." And he looks down at you, Desi, and says, "But I understand. There is a reason why most of you in this group have proven yourselves far different from kin of your kind that I have met. You are civilized. You have experienced life outside of such a uneducated front. And despite," pointing to Newt, Deputy Newt's wild nature...
Did he turn to where I was?
Yeah, he went to turn and was like, where'd you, where'd... looking around for you, and then he's trying to find where you are, and then sees you. You're literally floating over to Shalelu right now. Yes.
Yeah. Me and Dixie are on either side of her.
That is not. She is not happy about this. You are coming at her from two sides, and now her eyes are widening, and she's giving you an incredibly paranoid reaction right now. And the sheriff goes. He's in the process of about to say something uplifting about you, Newt, and then sees, because of the height of the couch, the top of a hat and your upper body, Newt, drifting either side to Shalelu, and he just sighs and goes, "Would you leave the elf alone?"
She's making me nervous with her bow readied. I have
I like
to
this
protect
one.
people. I serve to protect. I can't have elves running around with ready bows.
She got cops on one side and simps on the other.
Shalelen, how many goblins have you killed?
She's like, oh, she looks like she's swallowing a very bitter pill right now. But the sheriff goes, holster it. Just put it on your back. It's fine. There's opportunities later. As
Yeah.
they've said.
There's plenty of time for Bowie, okay? You don't see me readying squirmy wormies.
Yes, we do.
She looks at you like with a mixture of confusion and near horror at the just the nonsense that just came out of your mouth, but also notices that you have a badge, and there's a reason that that was put there, and the sheriff is saying put it away, and she's not an idiot, so she processes it and and regretfully, but obediently, puts her bow back over her shoulder and puts the arrow back in its quiver.
And he's gonna grab the tip of her hat and go,
Ma'am.
and then walk away. Give her a good little ma'am and nod, and then walk away.
Steve does the same. He tips an invisible hat and fucking turns around and follows you. Steve is like your deputy's deputy now.
Oh, I guess the couch is here.
Yeah. The sheriff sighs and sits down again. Like, he looks exhausted from all of this shit, and he leans over to you, Desi, and he says, there is a whole other category of why this is a problem that I find myself in a difficult position. I do not willfully wish to construct systems that ensure the demise of any creature, but most goblins are indeed too chaotic to leave unsupervised. Therefore, I will leave it in your hands to be the one to rig this structure, this Kaijitsu manor, and the following construction that you build upon it, to be a death trap should it be required. And I trust in your skill and expertise so that when that trap is triggered, if it needs ever be, no one would ever find it by accident. Is that understood?
No. I think you misunderstand, sir. And she's going to unshoulder her bag. And then she's going to just flip the top of the knapsack and she's going to hold it out to him. And it's just filled with explosives. And she's just going to go, I don't think you'll understand, sir. The fences are built to a degree that they cannot climb over. The house is a nice house, and I will mourn it forever. But also, it is highly flammable. There is no need to rig the house with anything, because, to be quite frank, all I would need to do is give this a pretty good throw into the house, and then walk outside. And it would dissolve itself. However, I am going to make sure that that does not happen because I have arranged, as you know, to meet them by the front gate. And I am going to tell them that when they arrive here in the safety of the town, that they are going to hand over all weapons and everything that could be contributed as threatening to the town as a gesture of goodwill. If they will not comply, then unfortunately, we might have to. I'm trying to think of good word that doesn't sound like I'm just going to blow up a bunch of goblins.
I'd blow up a bunch of goblins.
Okay, yeah, we can just say that. Then I'd have to blow up a bunch of goblins so they do not hurt the town.
He nods. And he says, it's for the greater good, but it leaves a terrible taste in my mouth.
It wouldn't leave a bad taste in my mouth at all. I'd be fine killing goblins.
Honestly, you don't understand. Like, listen. And she's just going to put her hand on top of his hand and go, I completely understand. I really do. Like, in a civilized world, I would also be very horrified of this. But you would not believe the shit I've seen.
Your eyes.
I have seen goblins shoot sick rays glittering into the dark. I have seen explosions in goblin huts caused by oil cooking fires. I have seen, gosh, somebody kill each other for a frog by the Tannhauser Gate. All of these moments would be lost in one explosion if they do not comply. Because at that time, it would be time to die.
Oh, she said the name of the movie! She said the name of the movie!
Fucking... Thank you. With that Blade Runner quote out of the way, we now resume the...
Also, I would like to bring it to the attention of the sheriff that there may be a fairy incursion that we might have to keep an eye out for.
He immediately snaps to
Wait,
look
what?
at you, Newt, and says, "Pardon."
I saw some fairies along the road, and I chased them off.
It's not unheard of that fey creatures would inhabit the wilderness, I suppose, but did you mean
They
on
seemed
this island?
They seemed up to no good, causing trouble in the neighborhood.
Ah,
Who are you going to
Well-
call?
did you get in one little fight and get scared?
Yeah, and then I had to run to my auntie and my... But-
Nint, I'm your wife.
They were causing trouble, and I don't know what they were up to, but we should put the word out in case they caused any mischiefs.
You know, that is fair.
And I gotta make a
think-
willpower check
Okay.
to prevent Newt from laughing. Oh no. she kind of goes like a little bit of a and then she'll kind of go.
I'm sorry, swallowed spit.
I mean, it's a moot point at this point, but wow, okay, that was like, wow, he read you like a not only one book, but like he's read a fucking quadrilogy 6 times over and just looks at you with he can tell without a shadow of a doubt that you are somehow responsible for this mischief. And he is now very much so looking at you with like, uh-huh. And he just closes his eyes and sighs and says, "It will be a priority after we address the issue of the incoming goblin tribe. Does that work for you?"
Oh yeah. Wait, there's a goblin tribe coming?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Why are there goblins coming?
He gestures to
other
you,
wife
Daisy.
called them. I didn't find out at first.
Oh, that explains why she told me to goblify the manor.
Wait, she told you to goblify the manor?
Yeah, I was decorating it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably fine. Did the two ladies that lived there, did they go home?
Yeah, they went into town,
Okay, good.
but we finished decorating
Oh, okay, good.
after they left.
Understandable. Oh. But, okay. But did you make it sound sort of ominous?
Nothing was ominous.
Uh-huh.
The sheriff just waves a hand and says, "It's something we'll have to address at a later point. What is most immediate right now is how we address the coming issue. I am going to suggest that you," pointing to you, Desi, "you take it upon yourself to take yourself and anyone else capable of assisting you and setting up traps and explosives along the approach to the front of the town, so that you can trigger them however you are able to do so should the event of a combat conflict arise.
Uh-huh.
He points to Newt, and he says, "As my deputy, I need you to ensure that the populace is not panicking or having any preemptive thoughts about an incoming group of goblins that might seize their own initiatives to try and solve the issue themselves based on prior biases. Do you think you can handle that?"
Roger.
Newt would like do a salute.
He nods and he points to Oleg and he says, "Oleg, you have a fair number of friends in the community. I would appreciate it if you could ensure that you are staying on top of the same kind of thing I have instructed Newt to do. It would be wise of you to keep calm everyone who is involved. This is not a panic-worthy situation until any hostile efforts are made. Please remind people as such." And he just nods. And he points at Shalelu, who is, like, looking down at Dixie. Just like, "Dixie, are you back yet?" Damn it. Alright. So we'll just say that Dixie is, or Shalelu is staring at Dixie with just, like, this feeling of, like, utter disgust. Like, she's just looking down at Dixie, who is, like, simping on her real hard. Like, this dynamic is unsettling me more and more. But Sheriff Baylor looks at Shalelu and he says, Shalulu, fuck, no, I can't even say her name. Shalugi.
Her name is Shalugi. Shalugia. She's destined to fight Shaloho.
Oh my god. Shalelu. And she looks up from her disgusted look down at Dixie to, like, look at him.
She's not that ugly. Wow.
They are exchanging a lot without saying much in their glances and interpretation of each other, but he just kind of nods and
I'm
says,
really glad that she knows sign language.
"Oh my fucking god." They kind of address each other's gaze for a minute, and he just kind of nods his head and says,
Just seen each other's gaze. Wow.
God, she's racist and homophobic.
Hey,
Cat, what is up with that?
Hey,
"Yeah, Dixie?"
how many goblins have you killed?
So she looks at the sheriff, and the sheriff looks back, and he just nods his head and says, "I trust you'll follow your own way of handling things if things go south." And she just nods, and you ask her that, and she looks down at you, and she reaches into her clothing and pulls out a necklace of what appears to be, like, a good chunk of dried goblin ears that have been kind of, like, shrunk down and added to a necklace around her neck, and she just holds it out in front of you, and she says, "I'm losing count."
Well, that's not helpful. I wanted to know how many you did.
Fucking sassy goblins. She stuffs it back into her shirt, and she just continues to ignore you.
I
Sheriff.
don't know what you
You
think
think
that
one day
she would
my
be
ears
better
will
at
ring?
hearing with all those ears.
I know, right? You think that she'd be able to hear everything.
She's a pretty bad listener for having that many ears.
The
That's
sheriff,
pretty sad.
ignoring the Punch and Judy routine, turns to look at you again, Desi, and says, "And your companion, Snooty, she is a diplomatic figure amongst the goblins?"
Yeah, she's actually Chief Wife. Can I tell you something?
Go on.
I'm pretty sure that regular Goblin Chief is Wickham's beard. That is to say, is disguising Wickham's, because I think Wickham's is actually the one that is talking to somebody else. I don't know who he is talking to, but I have heard enough things to know that I am pretty sure the big man that my wife has married is not actually the person calling the shots. In fact, I would not be surprised if they did not descend upon him and eat him like a pack of piranhas to then fuel them for their long journey.
He looks up and he says, "Well, what does this chief look like?"
Well, he is a very large, size almost of hobgoblin, and by goblin standards, that man fucks.
So a sizable goblin.
Yes,
He
that
looks
is correct.
he looks over at Shalelu, and she's already on what, he probably asked, and she goes, I did see a much larger goblin being carried by at least 6 others.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Did you see a little goblin with a white powdered wig?
He was hard to miss.
Yeah, that is Wiggums. Wiggums is the one that we talked to on the badge. Honestly, I don't really know what Wiggums is on about. I can't tell if Wiggums is just lonely or is upset. But I have heard several things. He seems to be talking to something that is maybe not Suckfrog, and maybe harbors, what is the word? Revengeance thoughts, to the town.
Interesting. Shalelu is going to make a roll.
Okay. That's very good.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, no, it wasn't there.
The best way I could give this is I'll give her... I guess this would quantify as like a memory or something that she can recall. I guess it's like a lore check.
That would be Lord check.
Well,
Pick the
I'm
Lord
thinking
check, but not Mass Effect.
she has a strong memory and she's very long-lived, so I think that she would probably have a fair bonus to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She thinks about it and says, you think someone has a grudge against Sandpoint and is coordinating these goblins?
Yeah, and more so, if I might comment on this. I'm pretty sure, like almost 200% sure, that my wife, Newt, myself, and Dix, even to a degree, are attempted pawns in some sort of game.
She looks...
And I will tell you this, ma'am, with full honesty. Wickham's kept asking us to make sure that you and other people were gone.
She looks
And
very serious now and leans over the couch and says, Who? Who?
But Wickham said it. I don't know why.
Who were they making sure were gone? Who was the target?
Oh, they were going to say you absolutely had to not be here because you were Goblin Killer. Which, by the way, ma'am, if I can be off topic just for a moment, you seem much nicer than the description. And then it was the lady that owns the inn, the fancy lady. I forget the names. And then there was the lady that she's gonna look at Sergeant Baylor. That you no, that one, and also you were supposed to be gone, and other people. But Wickham's also says a lot of weird things, and we told him we're not coming back, and we're not making you leave. So I thought that everything was negotiated, and we were going to basically eventually talk to them and have them come visit in small groups. What is going on right now is not something that I was aware of.
She looks at you and processes what you said and says, so you're you're telling me that myself, Amiko Kaijitsu, and Sheriff Baylor were top priority of that.
Yeah, well, there was some others. Snooty knows more, but I thought it was just because they were afraid of you.
They look at each other, and the sheriff sighs, and he says, this just got more complicated, didn't it?
I have no idea what they're talking about.
That is true.
Are you still, like, right up next to Shalelu when you say that?
Yeah. I also raised my hand. I know you couldn't see it, but I did it in real life, so I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I hate that. I do finger guns at my chat all the time, but I'm just like, never mind. I'm a fool.
I don't know, I'm in VR all the time. It feels like they should know.
Right? I didn't start doing it until VR.
So, Baylor sighs and looks at Shalelu, and he says, "Thoughts?" And she looks a little concerned and says, "Someone manipulating Goblin tribes, looking to act against the interest of Sandpoint. Someone who we have dealt with before, who would have a beef with our previous efforts of things. Some of the adventurers who've come through this place that we have aided, there are others who could be unhappy with the town, but she's dead. She died."
Oh.
And the
You
sheriff
don't smell
nods.
very good.
And he... Do you say that to Shalelu?
Uh-huh.
She looks down at you and says, "I don't bathe for many periods of time."
Yeah, clearly. You have to take better care of yourself.
She you definitely wouldn't ever Dixie wrote, like, opened the book how to make friends and you know, like, win over enemies or whatever the fuck, and was like, "This is so stupid," and threw it over her shoulder. She just looks down at you like you are just, like, so beyond ridiculous to her now that she's not gonna step over any lines, but she's definitely, like, all she could do in this situation is irradiate as much pure hatred in your direction as she possibly can manifest. But you are correct in your assumption that she's basically powerless at this moment to do anything.
It's like a tanning bed of hatred.
Baylor looks a little confused, and he goes, "What are you thinking?" Shalelu goes, "Noalia, it's been decades, long enough for many to forget. The issue with the Rune Lords.
What?
That's all I can think of. But she's dead. She died.
Oh.
Those adventurers killed
Oh.
her."
Well, then that seems like. Heck. Okay, that got really complicated. Does anybody want to explain to me?
The sheriff looks at you and he says, "Many years prior, there was an incident involving a coordinated goblin raid of great size and potency that was led against Sandpoint. It was nearly the town's entire downfall. Luckily, a group of local adventurers were able to put a stop to it and find the source of what had occurred. They followed the trail of clues and kept us in the loop about eventually coming to an abandoned fortress by the name of Thistletop. In Thistletop, there was an entire conglomeration of goblin tribes led by a different goblin entity at the time that we thought was the one responsible, but through their efforts of investigation, these adventurers found that this woman, Nualia, who was once an inhabitant of our town, turned on Sandpoint. She had been orchestrating and coordinating multiple efforts, and we were informed that she was worshipping under the interests of Lamash too. She was charged with finding something. We were not sure what her goals were. She was stopped before we were able to do anything about it, but sometime after that, there was an incident in town. There was a earthquake that caused a great many things to unearth themselves. This whole region of the continent once was part of a great and vast empire that was ruled by incredibly, well, as I've been explained to it, I'm no historian, they were very terrible and cruel magical overlords, known as the Rune Lords. They had ruled through methods and means that were less than polite to those that they controlled. They tracked in bonds with demons, they forged unholy pacts, and through some method not unknown to history, it is believed by historians that this process of undoing eventually caused a great and mighty cataclysm that was the downfall of their powerful empire. There are remnants of generations of these creatures that I have heard of rumors of in the north that have been forming something akin to a mockery of that nation that once was. It's not really been my business beyond making sure that I didn't have to deal with any newly expanding empires suddenly deciding Sandpoint was their territory to claim. But if this is all culminating in the way that it has since that time, somebody working to the benefit of what they were hoping to accomplish in the first place, it would make sense that this initiative is resuming. Something that we thought was put to rest long ago has now become very much so our problem again. If this is the case, he looks over at Shalelu, who is now, her hatred has definitely softened into like a look of like, she's a little bit, honestly, a little bit objectively terrified at the whole situation. And Baylor
it's
looks
the perfect time.
to do what?
I'm gonna hold her hand. It's like when the scary part comes up at the movie.
She looks down at you holding her hand and just slowly starts...
Do you think that we'll be able to make it out okay?
She slowly starts just trying to pull her hand out of yours. Do you let her, or are you gonna, like, awkwardly hold on to it?
I'm just gonna really awkwardly hold on to it. Not really, like, looking up at her or acknowledging it all that much. More so just kind of, like, looking over at Sheriff Baylor.
Can you give me an athletics roll to see how well you can hold on to her hand?
You fucked me this day. Yo!
Wow, that's like the best you've ever rolled for an athletics roll.
Holy shit!
Damn!
This is the thing I've cared about the most in all of our sessions so far.
Unfortunately, her roll was a 20, but yes.
Fuck you. My natural roll was better. If only I was stronger.
Your strength does not hold out. She easily just pries her hand out of yours and looks at her hand like, I'm gonna need to wash that.
Wait, did she say that out loud?
No. But she definitely has that, like, look at her hand, like it's, like, the same kind of look somebody would give their hand if they had accidentally put it in something disgusting. So, as this is going on, the sheriff sighs and he says, well, now, this is even more complicated. And he looks at you, Desi, and he says, if someone within the ranks of the Suckfrog tribe, I believe as you've designated it, is working with another entity to create chaos and discord in Sandpoint to further the goals of whatever it was they were pursuing decades ago, then we have to treat this very gently in order to find who is responsible. He looks at you, Newt, and he says, Deputy Newt.
Yes.
I need you to listen to me very clearly. I know we don't always see eye to eye on things. I know...
Well, yeah, you're taller than me.
Is the DM gonna be okay? Because I heard noises that have only come out of like a frustrated dog. And now I'm really concerned.
Oh God, the dogs, they got to him. They're like, oh, bird,
the
I
burger
eat."
hounds.
I thankfully am not Sheriff Baylor, so Baylor just moves on with it in stride. I have lost my shit here. Congratulations, Jasmine. But Sheriff Baylor continues to hold his frame as he just says, "Yes, exactly. I can see things at a higher point, but you have a different perspective entirely. And you have been doing a fantastic job thus far, proving to me that strange things that do not fit the norm still have a place in positions that matter. I need you to be incredibly diligent about ensuring that if you hear any discussion about a woman with a red arm, you bring that information to me."
Oh,
No,
Nit,
please,
Nit.
don't talk about- That's not me.
Yes.
I have a hot lead for you.
Hey.
Points at Dix. It has been Dix the whole time. She's got 2 red arms.
And while you're talking about how evil I am, I went to the kitchen and I got some chocolates. I'm trying to hand them to Shalelu.
God fucking damn it.
As you can tell, I am very clearly evil.
the
That is the
sheriff
wife tree chocolates.
the
How
sheriff
dare you?
the sheriff face palms and he says, "I should have been more clear. If you hear of a
I got you,
woman,
Sheriff.
if anyone brings to you the conversation or subject matter, or you see a woman who is a tall, humanoid-like woman with beautiful long white hair who looks very, by the definitions of human beings, attractive, who has one red arm, if you hear anything about a woman like that, or hear the name Nualia Tobin, I need you to pay very close attention to this in the future and bring it to me. Is that understood?"
Roger.
The
Roger,
arm
Roger.
or just the information?
The
The
information.
information. I do not want you to
Okay,
act
okay.
at all. If you see this woman, if you hear anything related to it,
Well,
only
if I don't act,
observe.
then how will I tell you?
That is the exception. Come to me with the information before you decide to do anything else on the matter, unless your life is directly in danger. Is that understood?
Roger, Sheriff.
Good. This has gotten...
You want the chocolates?
She's just staring ahead, trying to ignore you completely, Dixie.
I walked all the way to the kitchen to get them.
The sheriff is like,
Okay.
he's starting to piece some things together here. Like, his brain looks like it's working a mile a minute to start putting together a lot of different things, and he looks like he's coming to realization after realization. And he looks at you, Desi, and he says, "Why were you sent here in the first place? Why was it that your tribe wanted you here? Or the tribe you were living with, as you've stated?"
I will tell you, but you're not going to like it.
I don't like anything about this entire situation. I don't think it'll be more of a
Me
surprise.
either.
My
Okay,
tribe didn't
but-
send me here.
That's true. Nit is the wild card. She's sort of like winning the wife lottery. Love you.
And then I'm just gonna wave at dude.
Newt's gonna smile and tip the hat.
Oh, okay. That. Oh, 1 second, Sheriff Baylor. I'm having a moment. Okay, never mind. Right. So we were sent here, the original group. We were sent here to make sure that these people were gone. because Wickham said that they wanted to have all these people gone so Wiggums could make some sort of plan. And at the time, we were trying to become the most important goblins. I only wanted to become the most important goblin so I could leave village and then never come back. Everything past that point, Wiggums has checked to make sure that you guys are gone. I think, possibly, based on my deduction, that you all are aware of this woman, so if you were not in town, that she could then therefore make leverage against the unprepared villagers and probably lead a goblin assault upon the town while you guys were gone on some wild goose chase or some other shenanigans.
Do you want to kill a bunch of goblins with me?
Wait, what?
She's still flirting with Shalelu. It's
Ex-
She's-
ex- what-
Hi, excuse me, Desi, do we have a mop?
yeah, it is over in the pantry.
Okay,
Why?
we might need it for over there by Shalelu.
Is Dix doing that little like weird hat wiggle thing again?
Yeah, I think Dix thinks Shalelu is a hat.
Yeah, sorry about that. She's not very well house trained.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Oh, you.
A brim job giver?
Yeah,
What I
the
do
brim
with my
job
hats is none of
giver.
your concern.
Can you?
He's an elf, not a hat.
Yeah.
I know.
The sheriff,
Oh.
he sighs again multiple times. He just it's a cacophony of like tonight. And he looks at you, Desi, and he looks at you, Newt, and he says, "Your friend Snooty, she's resting, yes?"
Not friend, is wife.
Sorry, my apologies. Your wife is
Yeah,
resting.
that's okay. Yeah, she's very sleepy. You could say that she has the sleepy bitch disease.
Let's see. Since she is the most inundated with the tribe of the Suck Frogs, it would be wise that we ensure that she is operating in our best interests to work with you, gesturing to you, Desi, to keep the goblins confused so that they cannot be directed as easily into one unified horde against any initiative. I think it is important that whatever comes of these goblins entering our town, you and Snooty are working to undermine the authority and influence of this Wiggums character.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm just sort of tempted to turn into a goblin dog, run over and ask him myself. But I think at that point, they probably are paranoid of meeting me.
Yes, it seems like this is a very delicately balanced situation and a lot more moving parts than I'm comfortable with are in motion here. If
Yeah,
this
I'm pretty
relates-
good at moving parts in motion.
He doesn't know how to interpret that.
That's
make
what I
things-
love about you, wife.
Oh, also, I have very dexterous fingers.
She does.
Uh,
She stays up all night using them.
True. Yep. You know, for making explosions.
She makes the best explosions.
But did the sheriff stop?
You
Sheriff.
can add 2 XP to your sheets.
She also made an explosion in the church that was all wet. Cause the holy water.
Right, there we go. It's 2, not 4.
So oh my goodness. The sheriff just kind of looks at, like, he's very much so deep in a very... He's gone into full investigator mode at this point. He looks not happy about the whole situation. And same with Shalelu. They both look like they're, like, laden with some kind of unfortunate, like, reality that they have to deal with here, that they're both processing, and they don't look happy at all. So the sheriff, looking a little lost in his thoughts, just kind of gestures and says, anyways, point aside, Snooty should take it upon herself to ensure that she is asserting her role as a wife of the chief in a... I hate to encourage power politics, but if there is a way she can influence the popular opinion of the tribe to some degree, or think of some way to wrest control of this Wiggums from popular influence of them, then it may be the only thing that could guarantee those goblins' lives.
Is Wiggum's the problem?
It seems if you've put forward that this Wiggum's character is the one puppeteering things behind the scenes and has been
I've never
speaking
met
to...
the man.
Yes. Well, we'll
But
have
I
to
can
see
give
how it
him to
develops.
squirmy wormies.
No, whatever you do, I have to emphasize this very clearly. If there are more points at work here, we need to find out where it reaches overall. Play the game of deception. Do your best not to reveal your thoughts on the matter until we figure out who it is spurring on this Wiggum's character and who they answer to. We have to be careful about following the chain until we know who's at the top. Otherwise, we will only simply remove yet another moving piece to resurge a puzzle that I may not be young enough to solve when it comes around again.
Don't worry, at this rate,
Understandable.
we will be.
I don't know. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I feel like, wow. I feel
Since-
like I feel exactly 4 years younger.
Since
Which in
we've got
Goblin
here,
years is...
I feel... Since we got here, I feel like I've 5 years younger, you know?
Yeah, honestly.
Shalelu is like looking down at Dixie with like her thoughts seem to turn to something that makes her regard you, Dixie. What are you in the process of annoying her with right now when she actually looks at you and acknowledges your existence?
I'm really small and tiny, but like I'm just sort of like leaning on her, eyes closed, like I've kind of like sort of dozed off.
She's not dozing off. She's laying her head against a bicep. She's thinking, man, this
So
bicep has
strong.
killed so... Yep, see? Fucking do it.
No, but I'm sleeping though.
She looks down
Aw.
at you and gives you like a little jostle to like get your attention. She looks at you and says, "And why were you in Sandpoint?"
I was here to do a show, and then I found other goblins, and I wanted to... Well, I tried to kill them. And then I tried to enslave them to my will. And either of
Yeah,
those
that's
worked.
true. But then she found out she is a massive bottom.
It's true.
She looks... She thinks about what you just said and goes, "Enslave them to your will? How?"
I was using some magic crystal that gave me more power. But when I used it, it sort of backfired on me and broke.
She looks a little thoughtful about that, and just she looks like she's taking a shot in the dark here, but goes, "What color was it?
Red.
Do you remember who gave it to you?"
Oh, they were all dressed up in like cloaks and masks and stuff. I couldn't really tell who.
She looks at the sheriff and goes, "Has there been any other strange occurrences in town that are worth noting since I've been away?" And the sheriff just like, his face goes like, and he looks at you, Desi, and he goes, "Would you care to impart upon the ranger some of the events that have occurred in the past week and so?"
And he's gonna stop and stare for a minute and be like,
That is a lot of things. Okay. So, wait.
how long have you been here total?
I mean, in game time, probably
Yes.
like 2 weeks.
Oh god.
Like maybe a little more, but yeah, definitely like 2 weeks ish.
Okay. What are you trying? What are you trying to ask me? You want me to tell you everything that has happened?
She nods and says, "Don't leave out any details. It's important."
Mm,
Not even a single detail?
No, the more details I have to work with, the better Sheriff and I can discern what the true nature of all of this is aiming towards. There might be some clues we've overlooked.
lady, I'm gonna be real honest with you. My memory is not very good. I was on a boat explosion.
I haven't been here for
That's
that
why I write everything down in my science journal.
And she's gonna whip it out and show it to her, and then
He's whipping
pause
it
for a
out?
minute, and then flip it away from the page for Oleg.
Oh, wait, how long has Newt been here then?
Like a week, maybe not even.
Damn, we got
So-
married in a week.
so-
Shit.
So you'd say that it's been 1 week since the afternoon?
Oh my god.
Sorry.
So are you telling me you hand your journal to Shalelu so she can read it?
Yeah, I mean, Desi takes notes about everything. That's why she remembers stuff.
Okay. So she starts flipping through the book, and the look on her face goes from one of mild concern to just like her brow just continuously furrows. She's she's so confused. And occasionally she looks up at the sheriff and like looks like she's reevaluating life choices and looks back down into the book. And she's just, as she's flipping through it, the sheriff just kind of sighs and turns to look at you yet again, Desi, and says, "While we play catch up on all of this information, the biggest priority right now is that we ensure your previous tribe, as far as I'm aware, all 3 of you in this room have no real previous affiliation or concern for the Suck Frogs. Really, it's just your wife, Snooty, yes?"
Correct.
I've never even met
Yeah.
the Suck Frogs.
I see.
You're not missing much.
I
Healing-
came from another village way in the middle of a swamp, and it was a tiny little village of shamans and witch doctors.
A concern, for sure, but not one that is immediate. He turns to you, Desi, and leans in, and he goes, "With Snooty, do you think she would handle all of this well, or do you believe that it would be better to keep her focused on simply managing the attentions of the goblin tribe?"
Honestly, my wife is, I think, my wife wants to become Snooty Lady. I don't think she cares so much about the goblins as the position of power. If that makes any sense.
He raises an eyebrow and smiles a bit, and he says, "So a natural-born politician, then?"
Correct. It's not that she harbors any ill will. It's just, well, as you can tell, goblins aren't very fancy. And well, we've come here, and I think she's gotten a taste of the good life. And I think if you could offer her a fancier position here than chief wife, you would probably sway her.
So you're telling me that it would be in our best interest to offer her something greater in high society fashion to ensure that she operates always in the interest of Sandpoint?
I think it is probably a good idea, considering that, imagine if you just wanted to matter. Like, if you never mattered and you were a goblin and nobody cared about you, but all of a sudden you got what you wished and you became popular goblin. And you were sent on very important mission. And then you got a taste of the good life. You got a mansion. You got a person that carries you around all the time. And you get, porcupines. That would be a newt. Not really sure how that happened, but, at this point, I'm not going to think about it anymore. I have accepted my married fate. But, it's pretty good. Anyway, I'm pretty sure if really push came to shove and she was given a loftier title in practice, she would probably be easily swayed. I think she does care about PORKCHOP, which is why I didn't try to dissuade her.
Oleg leans over and he goes, actually, yeah, that might, if you told Snooty that she was like the, what's the word I'm looking for? The Goblin Ambassador for Sandpoint, then she'd probably make that seem important to her, right?
I would call it something a little flashier. I would call her the queen of goblatory affairs, or the general liege under city systems, united. So Goblinz. And yeah, we could say that for short. But no, you could just tell her that she has a very fancy lady title, and I'm pretty sure that she would eat that up. Also, it would make my wife happy, and I would be happy.
You would eat up the Goblinz title.
That is look.
Oleg nods and he says, "Yeah, I do vaguely recall somebody mentioning something about eating Goblinz like cake. So I think that, yeah, you make a good point." And the sheriff just looks at him with like a,
It was like groceries.
And he looks down at you and says,
I think I heard Oleg say that one night when he was asleep.
the sheriff leans over and he says, "Dixie,
Yeah,
could you come here for
Sorry.
a moment?"
you woke me up.
I'm not sorry.
He points at you and says, "You have aspirations of public service, do you not?"
Want to be one of the counselor members?
Yes, you'd like to become part of the council.
Yeah.
If we appointed you a position in the town council to assist with this goblin issue, I think it might be beneficial that you take on a stance of decision-making and being an unbiased party, although perhaps
warn
even more
you.
interested in not improving the lives of the goblins coming here. It might be a good compromise on something that I can assure has variables I'm able to depend upon. So, I'll bring it forth to the council. I do believe you might be a suitable junior council member to prove themselves worthy of ascension to a permanent slot, should public opinion vote you into the missing seat that was previously held by the Scarnetti family. Does that seem reasonable to you?
For you, I do this.
Uh, okay. Are you gonna make him kiss the ring?
No.
Okay.
He nods
I'm
and
gonna go
says,
back to sleeping on biceps now.
okay. Shalala looks at him a little curiously and says, I'm afraid I'm not following your logic here. You're giving more important positions to goblins in town for what purpose? And he says, it is important that we make sure that whoever is in charge of this group coming to the town feels a false sense of security. If the conversation has been alluding to something that is given enough space that this tribe feels confident in safely relocating, some illusion has been maintained here. It is important that we ensure that they feel in control until we are able to operate otherwise and find the origins of this plot. We need to be very careful in this process. One wrong step, and whoever might be responsible will slink back into the shadows, never to be found for a good long while.
Your rough muscles are really comfy.
Shalelu just she looks down at you with continued disgust and just sighs and says, I'll play along with whatever it is you think is the right way to approach it. I trust your judgment, and I'm not here to disrupt the order of the town, only to ensure its protection. If you think that these... She gestures in a rather, way. These creatures are essential to that process, then you'll receive nothing from me. But if I see any of these goblins working against the interest of Sandpoint in a clear way that I can make my own judgment on the matter, I will not hesitate to put them down.
Me watch.
She looks at you, Dixie, and she says, especially this one.
Cool.
I feel like Dixie wants the type of woman that will just kill her.
Yeah, she wants the type of woman that would really just kick her ass, really just scared the piss out of her. Call her her little piss pants baby.
The sheriff says, I don't care about your personal lives in the slightest. We need to be on the same page about all of this. He gestures to Oleg and says, Oleg, I understand you have a penchant for conversation about things that you overhear. Do not spread what has been talked about in this room unless you come to me first. Understood? And he nods his head and says, I want you to be careful. This is a dangerous situation. It could mean the difference between this town still standing in a dozen years or so. And he points to you, Desi, very closely, and he says, I want you to immediately begin any planning that you need and give me a list of any resources required to set up anything to deal with these coming goblins, as fast as you are possibly able to. They're only a few days away. How do you respond, Desi?
Hey.
Desi?
My headset died. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Can
she
you
back.
repeat that? I had to plug it in.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Are you able to
I'm
hear us
sorry.
clearly now?
Yeah, I can.
He points at you and basically tells you, you need to get everything ready and tell him anything you need, he will try to get you as fast as possible, but there's only maybe 1 or 2 days before the goblins get here. So, like, whatever you come up with to trap the front of the town and the approach that they're coming from.
Okay.
And then my internet took a poopy. Alright, cool, cool.
Oh. Oh, okay. We both died. Got it.
Yeah. Technology. Anyways,
Technology.
how do you respond to him basically
Yeah.
being like, give me everything you need to make sure all this shit is set up in time?
Son, I'm going to need 30 pounds of nails, probably 7 barrels of gunpowder. If you can give me some clay pots, a few shovels. Let's see here. I'm going to need a long string of twine, a fuse if it's rolled in with the powder, that would be good. And then probably, let's see, what else would be good. Do you have anybody in town that knows how to make alchemist fire?
He raises an eyebrow. Hold on, what the fuck is the name of the place? That would be... Yes, there we go. You've put me in a spot. Hold on, give me a moment to recover the data required here.
Ha 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 ha. That is why I'm here, to ask the hard questions.
That is fair. I didn't have the document open. The one time I forget to have it open at the start. We are looking for bottled solutions. Bottled solutions. He says, oh, you'd want to speak to the half-elf Nisk at Bottled Solutions on Raven Street.
Perfect. I will need materials for that. And then, let us also see. This is going to sound like a weird question, but who would be the best supplier of poisonous materials?
The sheriff has to think about that one, because technically it could be multiple, depending on... I suppose he'll ask, what kind of poisons are you looking for, and what is their purpose that will help me discern who is the better fit for what you need.
Let me explain. There is a tree stump that is outside in town in the front, and I'm going to literally stuff it from front to top with explosives, nails, and at the same time, I'm going to have a alchemist reaction to basically vaporize a dug-in pool of poisonous gas that will be then launched into the air and explode shortly after the pressures combine to break the glass mechanism, which will then not only rain the area in shards of glass, but should make a fog cloud that stays near the area and poisons the goblins.
He looks legitimately horrified at everything you just said.
Oh, you think we need more? I mean, the tree probably will kill a few of them. I could also dig a trench if you really wanted to. And I could probably fill it with, I don't know, sharp sticks and have it, also collapse by putting smaller charges along the hole. But that would involve a lot of digging.
She's just a fucking big bag of TNT ready to explode, and you let her in your walls. She lives in the city now.
He sighs. As I've been saying it a lot. He goes, Nisk's direct competitor, Oliver Potiker, he runs the Pillbug's pantry. Nickname is Pillbug. He is... I have as yet been able to implicate him in any unsightly dealings, but his association with, shall we say, less than wholesome elements of the town means that he has access to more of what you would need in that regard. For a morally agreeable alchemical approach, you would need to go to Nisk for harmful alchemy and subsects thereof, Oliver is your choice.
Thank you. Understand. Okay, I can probably make that happen. But I will need the materials.
He nods and says, I will accompany you to speak to Pillbug, and you can give him the list of what you need, and similarly we can speak to Nisk. I will ensure that they know it is a matter of security for the town and try to ensure that they do not make this a personal issue. Hopefully, we can make it work. Is there anything else you require for specific individuals or resources? Everything else you have looked for can be found through multiple locations, and I will ensure to instruct my militia to find the majority of what you are looking for. It shouldn't be too hard. The specifics of poison and certain alchemical elements, I imagine, are the only specialized elements you require, but is there anything else that comes to mind?
A little bolt of fabric, so I can make essentially a mask, because I will be close to the detonation area, and I do not want to inhale the poisonous gas. As much as I do enjoy you guys, I don't actually want to die.
Then both of those individuals that I listed will have protective equipment. They're used to dealing with unstable solutions. I'm sure they will be able to meet those needs as well in their various establishments.
Okay. Understandable. Thank you.
He looks at Newt, and he says, is there anything you require from me to help you in your task of ensuring that the citizens of Sandpoint do not panic during all of this?
I do not believe so, sir.
He nods his head and says, very well. Just ensure to remind those that are not compliant that that badge that you have been given entitles you to ensuring that people are following your instructions. I choose to believe that you will use it responsibly.
Newt will nod.
He looks over the shoulder at Steve and says, and your companion, he doesn't speak common, correct?
He does not, sir.
What role is he to you? How does he serve you?
I am just teaching him. He is a fresh little baby goblin.
I see.
He is sort of like the mascot.
Ah, so he is useless yet inspiring.
Yeah, more or less. If there's one thing that I have learned from Steve, is that he is good at mimicking others and is a damn fine goblin, sir.
He nods his head and he looks over at where Dixie is. And he looks at Shalelu and, like, are you asleep, Dixie, like, now on Shalelu? What?
What?
None of it's coming out. I was
I-
doing a
I think-
snoring sound, but my fucking mic sucks!
Alright. She, thus far, has just, like, she's let you slump to the ground and just has left you there. And there's,
That's
like,
cool.
a light snoring noise coming, and she's literally just, like, she's she's relocating right now. She is, I gotta go back to the right map site, but, yeah, she definitely is, like, and done with this. So Shalelu just moves away, and the sheriff sighs and says, well, when your companion there is awake again, make sure that she heads to the council chambers as soon as she is able. I will go check in with the council along with Shalelu, and he looks at Oleg and thinks about it for a minute and says, Oleg, I would like for you to ensure the safety of each and every one of these goblins as best you are possible. Remain with one of them at all times, and please make sure that nobody is causing trouble for them. You are a trusted member of this town, and while the behavior of some citizens has been unbecoming towards you and your mixed heritage, I know you'll do what's best. And he just kind of, like, gives, like, a little salute. And the sheriff stands up and he says, "Is there anything else any of you require from me before Shalelu and I go address the council?"
No, thank you for hearing us out. Scary Bow Lady, thank you for not shooting us in the street. That is, pretty kind, and I understand that, generally speaking, saying, thanks for killing me is probably not something that you should thank people for. But, I am thankful all the same.
Shalelu, like, she's not a rude person often, so she just nods at you. And then walks out into the hallway.
Thank you for holding back your racist tendencies.
Thanks for not being racist. That's pretty pog.
No, I didn't say she wasn't being racist.
Hey,
I said
kids,
thanks for holding
don't
back your
be
racist.
racist.
tendencies.
That's right. Thanks for reining in the racism.
Oh my god! Is that Garnet from Steven Universe?
Sheriff Baylor stops and looks at all of you. And he nods, and I'm trying not to do the fucking airplane quote here, because that was the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it.
I just want to let you all know we're counting. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so he nods his head too and says, "It would be prudent for all of you, when you have had time to catch up on your affairs and rest, that you meet us at the town council post-haste. We will discuss things as a group and go over strategies. For now, though, I leave you to your home, and I wish you well."
Thank you. I wish you a clean well as well.
We're all counting on you.
Yeah, we're all counting on you.
Fuck. You're killing me, Smalls. Alright. So, now that they have left, and the mood is no longer quite so tense, we have a little bit left in the session to do anything in the house that you guys need to. And as this is going on, you hear a boom, 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 boom knock on the door.
I need to go slide off and go figure out what that is.
Where did the hot lady go?
The lady that she had to go home.
Is she gonna come back?
Probably not.
Why?
She hates goblins.
Do you?
Yeah, but I still come back.
Wow. That kind of hurt.
Newt, are you making sure you're first to respond to the door? I see you there.
Newt is dead.
Newt,
Dude,
you're muted.
you are muted, Newt.
Hello?
So you open the door and say that?
Yeah.
You see a still very much so dirty dwarf standing there.
Oh,
Oh,
that is
sir?
the burglars.
Can you, like, I don't know, jump in the lake or something? You're kind of not presentable to come into house.
He just looks at you like you don't know the intent or delivery of it, but all he says is, "You've been digging shit pits."
No, why would I dig a shit pit? That sounds like something a worker would do.
Have you dug up a road and dug a pit and put shit in it?
No, where would I get shit?
Wait,
the
what are you
fucking fair.
How much shit would I need? Like, how big was the pit?
He give me a deception roll also, pretty please.
I did this.
See if he can like yeah, the Fae did this.
Who did this?
Come on, Bushigo!
Yes! Yes!
No! You can't keep getting away with this.
You literally put a system in place so that she can continue to get away with this.
There, you get free
Oh my
thread
God.
for your efforts. Are you
The
happy?
thread. The
I got
thread is so good.
Yeah,
Killed.
I
I
don't
killed
know
a lot of
anything
things with that
about any
thread.
pits full of shit.
Oh, hey, funny thread.
Oh, 1d20. He's pretty observant, but oh my god. So he still doesn't trust what you're saying, but like, just because you land that critical effect on it, he's a little too preoccupied with wondering how to respond, and by that point, Desi, you've caught up to the door.
Hey, what just oh, it's
There's a
ugh.
shitty dwarf out here, and he's asking
that's
about
so
shit pits.
terrible.
Did you hire a dwarf to roll in shit?
No, I hired a dwarf to build stuff. Ugh, wow, that is a
What?
smell, sir.
What is that shit? Where did it? What type of shit is that?
I don't. Wait. I'm going to give you a bucket, and I want you to go save yourself from this indignity.
There's a lake. Why don't you just jump in it?
No.
Excuse me. Why did you come knocking on the door and getting shit on our door?
Did you go into the building to grab a bucket?
Yeah, and fill it with water.
Steve, who is
I'm
also
gonna hand
there
it
with
to
you,
him.
Newt, says to you in Goblin, Newt, he says, "Ah, shit dwarf! It's shit dwarf!" And he's pointing at the dwarf. And the dwarf, while Desi leaves to go grab a bucket, Steve is doing that, and he looks at you and furrows his brow, and he goes, "What's it saying? What's that goblin saying, huh?"
He's saying that you are a dwarf covered in shit.
I won't have you roll a deception, because you're technically not wrong.
I think his direct translation is shit dwarf.
He narrows his eyes.
Which, I mean, honestly, you can't blame him. You did walk up to the door covered in shit, and then, you know.
You're not wrong. I've had a day, alright? I'm sorry. I've been having goblin-related issues ever since I crossed that bridge. And it was unfair of me.
Goblin-related?
Yes, there was this uppity little red goblin that, and as he's saying that, Dixie, what are you doing in the building at all, if anything? Dixie, what are you currently up to? You're also muted if you're talking.
Fuck! I was asking Oleg about girl advice because he seems to be really well versed.
Desi.
This is my character arc now.
Okay. So Dixie.
What about Frank?
Frank's here with me.
Yeah, Frank
everywhere.
Frank supports Dixie's, I imagine. Supports.
He's like, get that girl, Toots.
Get a Toots! You got this, Toots! First, you just lay a hand on her hand, and right there you said, don't say anything! Don't do it! Like, Frank, it's not working at all. She hates me.
Hat-based dating advice.
Now ask her how many goblins she's killed.
And if that doesn't work, give her the brim job.
Fuck. Fuck, I'm dying. So what do you ask Oleg exactly?
Why do you think she doesn't like me?
Oleg looks confused and says, are you talking about Shalelu?
Yeah.
Dixie, she kills goblins. Like a lot of goblins.
And?
Well, it's just that somebody who kills goblins at that kind of volume probably doesn't want to, be romantically involved with them, most likely, I think.
I look here. I asked you for dating advice, not like racist remarks. So
I'm sorry, I truly am. If you find her attractive, I mean, you're not the only one. There's, Denise has
Did you
some...
see all her goblin ears?
Yeah, that was something, alright. I believe there was a
About all the
time when,
goblins she's killed.
look, maybe it's better you ask Denise. There was a time when she was obsessed with Shalelu, and I think that she might have some better
yeah, well,
information.
clearly Denise fucking lost.
Well, it's just that Shalelu is a very, private woman, and she doesn't really do the whole short-lived species thing.
I'll go find Delilah. Wait, did you say Delilah? You said Denise.
Denise.
Hey there, Delilah.
As this conversation's going on, and before you can return to the front, Desi, you entering... Where did you go to look for this bucket, by the way?
The bathroom. So.
The bathroom?
Oh no, it's a shit bucket.
Yeah. Why is that weird that you wouldn't have a bucket here?
I mean, it's not weird. It's just so you went into the bathroom in search of a bucket.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't find one in the bathroom. Where else are you gonna look?
That's my room.
That's the upstairs bathroom, unless you've claimed both
Yeah,
of
the
them.
upstairs bathroom.
Oh no, I just claimed the upstairs one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what they thought. Kitchen.
All right. As you're in the kitchen, puddling around, let's see. You hear a clattering, like, coming from where one of the windows is, and as you look around, you can see, like, trying to scale her way in is Smink.
You know, we have a front door.
Yeah, I tried to use it, but there was a shit dwarf.
Oh, yeah, the shit dwarf. Understandable.
I've seen him around before. He seems kind of like he can get angry, but also not really angry. And then there was the elf lady. She's not nice. I watched her walking back, and there was a bunch of look. Things have been really messy around here. I didn't know where you guys moved, and to see you come in the kitchen, apparently.
Did you say you saw the elf lady? Where?
There is so much thirst going on in this. I'm amazed.
Smink looks confused.
Can I have some water?
Yeah, I was about to say, don't you have any water? Are you out of water?
No, we got water.
Okay.
I think.
Then why are people so thirsty?
I don't know. You'd really have to ask Dix.
and as you go into the kitchen, Oleg follows you in, and he's saying something, and you just hear Smink go, "Ah!" and smash into the ground, and he just stops and goes, "What? Dude, what was that noise?"
I think she's scared of men.
Who? Who's scared of men? Is Desi scared of men? I would. That'd be surprising to me because we.
Have you noticed that like everyone is like I think we might have a water shortage problem, at least according to Desi.
That's not good. Does that mean that people are getting really thirsty?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh, we should definitely solve that problem. I've heard that it can get really difficult to do things when people are just thirsting all over.
Yeah, it sure is. Right? Dix.
What's the deal with airline food?
Meanwhile, back at the front
That's what I
door,
fucking thought.
the shit dwarf is now standing there near, and he's like, "All right, look,
All right, I'm looking.
I'll clean myself up. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I
clean
don't
myself.
think you needed my approval to do that. That's just good hygiene.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's great. I love that. Thank you. I appreciate your appreciation for me. Anyways, I've been hired and my crew to fix up your other mansion to get more whatever's going on over there. I mean, it's safe to assume you're aware of the plan, right?
Desi!
One moment. We have other guests.
Oleg says, I've been here for a while. I don't understand. It's fine. You can go.
Shut up.
Oleg!
Yeah, what?
Come here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yes, it's fine. Just leave me.
Dwarf,
It's
what's
okay,
your
it's
name?
fine.
He sighs and he says, my name is Astric Battlehorn.
Okay, that
Name
checks
is
out.
pretty memeable.
Does Oleg walk up?
Yeah, Oleg walks up and...
Oleg, have you met Ass?
Walk away.
Oleg walks up. And you say that and turn around, and Steve is so confused, but he just follows you because that's what he does every fucking time. And
Yeah,
Oleg stops to hold his hand out, and he goes, "Oh, pleasure to meet." Are you okay? Are you? What happened to you? And the dwarf just sighs. Meanwhile, where are you going, Newt? As you walk away.
Newt just wanted to get away from this smell.
So where
So
is
she's
she?
just gonna walk into the kitchen.
Okay, so you enter the kitchen with Steve.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, as Oleg leaves, you just hear more scrambling of like, and Smink, once more, there's a fucking door over here, but she just continues to climb up into the window. She just leans in and goes, is he gone?
Is who gone?
Oleg, is he gone?
I mean, he's at the front door.
Desi, what are you doing in all this? Are you still trying to bring a bucket to the dwarf, or have things changed?
I'm trying to bring a bucket to the door.
Alright, so you grab an empty bucket and walk to the front door?
Yes. Well, I'm gonna hand him the bucket and a little bit of soap and be like, you might want to go to the lake.
Okay, so you leave the kitchen, you head to the front door, where Oleg is, like, awkwardly trying to make small talk with this shit dwarf. Meanwhile, Smink is, like, looking around and goes, she crawls in through the window. And she looks at you. Oh, go ahead.
Didn't Oleg and the dwarf know each other? Like, weren't they friends?
Yeah, he's trying to make... Oh, right, shit, you're right, sorry. So Oleg comes over, and instead of being like, pleasure to meet you, he just... I guess he was too stupid in the moment to realize it, because his friend's all covered in shit. And then he's, like, leaning forward and being like...
Moment.
Astric, are you... What the fuck happened to you? And the dwarf is like... You're fucking... You're goblins. They're... Are they... Tell me truthfully, Oleg, friend, pal, I've known you for years. Are the goblins digging random shit pets? And he goes, not to my knowledge, no. I don't think so. I'm not watching them at all hours of the day, but I'm fairly confident they'd have no... Where was it? This... Oh, shit pit. And the dwarf goes, it's in the middle of the road on the way to the Kaijitsu Manor. If anyone else heads towards the Kaijitsu Manor, perhaps anybody brought on board to the initiative to build whatever it is you need built over there, they're gonna fall in that pit too. I've left it uncovered and made sure that nobody can mistake it at the moment. I've marked it off with some rocks and stuff, but it's a hazard, and I want to know who is responsible for that, so I know what I'm dealing with around here. And as they're having that conversation, meanwhile in the kitchen, Smink just kind of crawls awkwardly through the window onto the table and looks at you, Dixie, and she goes, "We didn't talk much. I'm Smink."
I didn't really ask.
Okay.
Don't mind her, Snink. She's an asshole.
No, she's a goblin.
Well,
I have one.
she can be both.
Goblin asshole. Okay,
She
got it.
hates goblins.
Is it goblin asshole or asshole goblin? What comes first?
I guess whichever
So
one you make
goblin.
them first.
Ah, okay. I will make goblin come first, then asshole.
Yeah.
She looks at you a little weird and says, "Why do you want to know about the elf lady?"
Oh, it's just because she's hot.
Like, you have your things. Smink has hers.
You see, she has a necklace of goblin ears.
Does she?
Mm-hmm. There were lots of them on there.
Why do you want to talk to this lady?
I thought I already told you.
She looks super confused and turns to Newt and goes, she points to Steve and goes, "Who's that?"
That's Steve.
Hi, Steve. And
She
Steve
only
looks...
speaks goblin.
Oh, she like, her eyes widen, and she goes, "Oh," and then she says, "Hi, Steve," in Goblin, and he like looks up at her and then nods and then just kind of waves and goes, "Ah, hi." Right. I was here because I heard talks around town, and I really needed to make sure I knew what was happening. But are there more goblins coming to town?
Undecided.
What is that?
Yes.
Oh, why?
Desi!
Yes.
So Desi,
Have you met?
back at the front
Walk
door.
away.
Desi, do you just hand the bucket to the dwarf and the soap and then fuck off back to the call of like summoning you to the kitchen? Is that what you do?
Yeah, basically.
All right. So he takes the bucket and the soap and he says, "Thank you. It's appreciated."
That is good, because honestly, I wasn't really sure what to do.
He just nods at you and says, "Oh, before you go, we started the construction, in front of the kaijitsu place. It's just to reiterate, you've cleared us to. Are there any trees you don't want us to hack down? We'll try to stay away from the ones that are closest to the houses, but is there any ones specifically you don't want touched in this process?"
No, not that I know. Newt would know more than I do if there's any trees that Newt feels partial to.
Right. Well, can you send Newt here then, and I'll ask
Okay,
her.
Newt!
Yes, Desi.
I walk out.
They want to know if you have any favorite trees that they shouldn't cut down at their place.
Just gonna put up the imagination goes here screen because I am tired of swapping between the front door and the kitchen.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Alright, you go to the kitchen. I'm gonna run into town and then we're gonna figure out what he has to do next.
No, you're needed in the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so
Hey,
you
you should wash yourself off, ass.
He just gives you the dirtiest look, and then gives Oleg like a "I'm so done with this shit" kind of look, and then he just says, "Right, thank you."
Yeah, wash off because your look is very dirty.
He just turns and starts walking towards the water. And Oleg goes, "You know what? I'm gonna help him." if that's all right, Newt.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I mean, why would that not be all right?
Well, it's just the
I'm-
sheriff told me not to be apart from any one of you, so I'm not far, all right?
I just don't know why he decided to come to his first day on the job like that.
Yeah, me neither.
And then come here and accuse us of stuff. Is that what he normally does?
Oh, when he's put in bad moods, he tends to lash out at the next person he sees. It's fine. He doesn't. Don't take it personally. He's just stubborn sometimes.
Okay, I won't take it personal. I trust you.
Oleg nods and says, "We've been friends for a long time. He talks a lot of big shit, but he doesn't. He's all right." What was that roll for?
Make sure Newt didn't give away by laughing again.
Okay.
But they were fine this time.
All right. So Oleg leaves to help his friend, and meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Desi, you come in, and Smink goes, "Oh, hi again, Desi.
Yeah, hello.
What is all this I heard about more goblins coming to Sandwich?
Yeah, you're not gonna like this. You're not gonna like this.
Why?
So let me-
Why?
You see, I hate to have to warn you, but turns out my wife caught a bunch of other goblins who might not be very understanding.
You say you mean they wouldn't do well in the Goblin Good Time Gang?
Yeah, that's basically what I mean. And basically what I'm saying is, oh boy, that would be not some goblin good times.
I see. How many are we talking?
Like 100.
She looks at you. Her eyes blinking one after the other. Like she like her head just checked out for a moment there. And she says, Tezzy.
Yeah.
Desi, Smink has 8 other goblins.
Uh-huh.
That is a lot to handle already.
Uh-huh.
Desi, that is a lot of goblins.
Yeah, it wasn't my idea.
What are we gonna do?
Well, I mean, they're gonna live in the other house, and, the ones that... Listen, you got to understand, with no baby pit, goblin population drops very fast. They'll kill like 10 of them on the way here. Honestly, if 100 left, I imagine only 80 would get here at best. And then, if they're at the house for like a little bit, and I just give them some, dangerous toys to play with, we'll probably be sitting at 40 goblins within at least 4 hours.
Well, why do you want to kill goblins?
Oh, I don't want to kill goblins. That's not really what I'm about.
But she looks like she's having a panic attack. Meanwhile, Newt, are you still in the kitchen, or what are you getting up to at the moment?
Yeah, she's just standing in the kitchen.
All right, Dixie, what about you? What's your prerogative? What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm just here.
All right, just
I haven't
checking
had
in.
anything else to do. I'm
Fair
sorry.
enough.
I'm like I don't have
No
ideas.
worries.
I'm a big dumb.
Desi, as you look at Smink, and she's like panicking and just like hyperventilating. What do you do anything, or are you just gonna let her sit there and enjoy that?
Look, I'm just saying, the ones that want to be good goblins, I'm all for. The ones that aren't,
She looks.
If
a
they
little
aren't
panicked.
good goblins, can we sacrifice them to the hot lady
What?
as an offering?
What?
Smink looks like horrified, and she goes, "If a goblin isn't good, you'll let Shalelu kill them?"
Yes.
But Smink only just convinced Goblin Goodtime that babies don't taste good.
Well, just do better.
Understandable. Yeah. Uh. Look. Yeah, I got nothing. This is about that.
Smink has to have emergency meeting. Smink. She just leaps out the window and fucks off.
Goodbye. Have a nice day.
No.
And
This
as she
is harder
leaves you,
than I thought. I don't really want to blow anybody up, but
It's
like if they're
fucking
also going to be
crazy.
a problem in town, yeah. You know,
you hear
Dixie,
the. Oh, go ahead. Say it.
Dixie, if I'm the one blowing goblins up, does that make me the bad guy?
I think that makes you indisputably the goodest guy.
Okay.
I am a good marker for your moral compass.
Wait, haven't you murdered the most people?
Shut up.
As you all stand in the kitchen contemplating the moral quandaries of the issues that are facing you, and the coming complexities of the diplomatic situation that is only days away from making itself very much so all of your problems, I think now is the perfect time for us to call an end to tonight's adventure. Well. Looks like shit got a lot more complicated.
Yeah, that.
This was expected.
A little bit.
Oh, I love that one of you basically just gave the right moment of mentioning something that just triggered the watershed effect of oh shit with the people who have way more familiarity with the things going on behind the scenes. I was not expecting that to come up today, but I'm honestly quite glad that it did, because that really set forward in motion. Honestly, the organic way that kind of came into being really did you guys a favor on being more prepared. The question is, now that you are burdened with the knowledge of something not to fuck up, can the goblins not fuck it up?
I
guess...
Why are you asking us? We're just little goblins. We only get 1 HP.
Oh, goblins. I've never heard anybody in my life.
Yeah, me either. Trust. Source, I made it the fuck up.
Yeah.
Well, while we contemplate the future of the... yeah, Nelu, I mean, that's where it seems to be headed at all times anyway, so...
Honey, are you going to continue streaming or are you going to bed?
I'm going to bed after this. I'm fucking dead.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. I got my, sleep stream stuff all set up and ready. I'm just waiting. I appreciate the thought, though.
Hell yeah.
Gotcha.
So are you hunting down a raid target for us then, Effie?
Yeah. I know who we're going to go raid.
Alright, perfect. Well, while you hunt that down, I will remind all you wonderful people to check in with all those links that are provided there in chat. If you have the opportunity to, please follow each and every one of those wonderful Twitch streams. We all do different content here on Twitch, and it would be very kind of you to support us. There is a full master list that you can click on that I'm honestly thinking of just putting everything into that master list and only including that as the link, because that might make life a lot easier in the future. That way it's just 2 clicks instead of what is this wall of URLs? So, and if you want to watch what we have so far uploaded and available of the archives, you can watch a good few number of our first sessions before it got to this point and everything. So If you want to click on that link, you can totally do so. Otherwise, yes, FaZe, Ash will be back and it'll be fucking funny, because she legitimately will have no idea what happened, so that's gonna be even better. I love it. She'll wake up and be like, I'm an ambassador what now? And Queen of who what? So, also FaZe, the OGL stuff, technically we are using Pathfinder 2.0, and that is a system under which the Paizo has their own dictation and direction of that, and they have very vehemently opposed the OGL stuff, so that whole thing is definitely taking its own turn. Paizo is gaining a lot of traction on that front, and it is honestly the right choice to have made, because we are definitely looking forward to hopefully using this initiative to take what has been made here and be like, hey, you know, someone here is willing to work with you to take this concept that has not really seen much love in 2.0 and be like, hey, how would you like a functional campaign based around the goofy bullshit of the Weeby Goblins? And then see if they're like, yeah, that's a great idea, or like, no, we don't like money. So, you know, whatever. Outside of that, though, a quick reminder to all of you that there is a donathon going on right now on Effie's stream. You can check out all the information related to it at that link there. Effie is raising money to afford the expenses necessary for her not only to improve her stream and broadcast, but eventually, hopefully, reach a point where she can afford to completely spruce things up to a degree that allows her to completely change the vibe and get a whole bunch of new cool shit in the Wix. So if you guys want to review that and see what's there on the goals, you can, and otherwise just make sure when you tune into any of Effie's streams forward on into the week that you are aware that there are redemptions called quick shots, quick redeems. What the fuck did I call it again? Quick fires, yes.
Yeah, quick fires.
So it's quick fire redemptions. If you donate the total that is listed next to it, Effie will immediately redeem that during that. Otherwise, the stretch goals are still to be filled. So that's some of the ones that highlighted in yellow have already happened and have been fulfilled. However, the whole progression is basically still in progress, and more goals are being added as the donathon continues. So if you want to help support her, that would be very kind of you, and we would very much so appreciate you doing so. And otherwise, other than that, I also would appreciate it if anybody who wants access to Weam's Goblinz behind-the-scenes shit when it starts getting posted on there, and just a whole bunch of other resources. It would be real fucking neato, keen, banana supreme. Don't at me. If you can
at Silver Kestrel Studios. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I have a Patreon. If you come to my Patreon, I have this little thing called Birds. Birds is a core rule set that I designed that is basically 5th edition without all the bullshit. It is a very simple, easy-to-use way of interpreting a regular D20 system. It is bare bones right now because it doesn't generate the worlds or creatures for you or anything like that, or any of the weapons, blah, blah, blah. It just gives loose guidelines of how to run an easy-to-run, structured roleplay scenario thing that many of you, I imagine, will find useful who have familiarity with roleplay stuff. Otherwise, eventually in the future, it'll have even more tutorial resources, and it will have campaign documents associated it based on worlds that I have created myself, along with a lovely little floating donut in space called Dorota. But that's all I'll say on the matter for now. Thank you to anybody who chooses to support us on any front. And let's go ahead and raid out as soon as I finish the quick wrap-up. So quickfire, Dixie, loving it or hating it?
It's more like a one-way thing. Like, I don't think she likes me like the way I like her.
Oh my god.
Loving it or hating it, loving it, but I think it's like not mutual, you know? I'm having fun. I don't know. I just take this character where I think it's funny. Other than like, I feel like it. At least the way that I play Dixie, I've got like a couple of things that are very integrally important to her, and otherwise I'm kind of just coming up with shit on the fly that I think is like funny or humorous or whatever.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, I'm having a blast, and I'm so happy that you take all of this fucking time out of your own schedule to make sure that we can do this every week, because I know it's a lot of work for you, and I just want to say I really appreciate it because the amount of work that you do to make other people happy with your projects is just fucking amazing.
Oh, That's all I have to say on the matter, but thank you.
I'm really tired.
And no, it is okay. You have been streaming for literal ages now, so...
Tomorrow's my final day. Unless somebody wants to give me $75, then I'll do it for another 24 hours.
Yeah, actually, if you guys want to...
the conversion rate is wild.
Want to ruin somebody's life live on Twitch?
Yeah.
You can.
If you want to ruin
for
her
only the cost of my groceries.
Yeah, you can make her stream even longer. She's been doing a subathon, and it's been going on for 10 days now?
I'm on day 14, motherfucker.
Oh, fuck. All right, yeah,
Tomorrow
14 days so far. So yeah, if anybody wants to prolong her suffering because, LOL, you can definitely give her some extra money and she will suffer.
LOL, and you give that poor Oni money to get groceries.
Yeah, you can make her suffer.
Not only
if she
I
survives,
benefit
she
off
gets
of
to eat
groceries. Not only do I benefit off of groceries, but I live with Jazz, so I share groceries. Oh, my foot. I share groceries.
Hell yeah. These two lovely ladies come together and they kill local...
We come together?
Shut up. They kill local wildlife and dig into it over a nice Italian, like that Italy music.
Last night I
sounded really stupid. You know what I mean, like an Italian bistro background music that you listen to. I'm moving on.
Italy music.
Newt, did you enjoy being an absolute fucking troll today?
I 100% did, and I just love the amount of chaos that Newt has added into the campaign. I feel like every single time I'm like, I'm gonna do this because it's funny, and it probably won't work, and then it completely derails something.
Yeah, no, I'm here for it, honestly. That whole sub-narrative, just because you got the most unlikely results, was just like, fuck it. I can't argue with fate here. This is obviously ordained to be the path we're taking, so I traveled the narrative, and it brought us to grand new heights. So now, instead of a neighbor that is designed by Paizo with the intention of being a whole dungeon encounter, you have just neighbors that you know and could borrow sugar from.
I just think it's funny because, like, I just feel like Newt's been not very involved in the whole suck frog thing, so I thought it seemed very fitting that they were all dealing with like scariest narrative, and Newt's over here digging a fucking pit and filling it with shit to make a dwarf fall in it. Like, there's like all this real, like, oh my god, these goblins could betray and try to kill the town, and I'm over here with a bunch of gremlins being like, look at that dwarf falling shit.
Truly.
It just seemed appropriate.
Yeah, it was. It was. It was very appropriate. Thank you. I appreciate you. Your goofery is always appreciated. Effie,
but yeah, I love it.
Did you enjoy having to basically ride the rafting rivers of fucking narrative development all session?
I mean, listen, it was fun. It was great. I always have fun with goblins. Doesn't matter if if we basically ride a narrative rapids or we just fuck off. I always have a good time. So, I think it was interesting that Desi basically just was like, oh, my wife's not here, so I don't think I'm going to hurt her feelings by basically explaining the situation. I think she doesn't understand, because I don't want to make her feel dumb, because she's chief wife, and I never want to make any of my wives feel dumb, but...
But you have two dumb wives?
You got two dumb wives.
It's not that they're dumb, they're just learning. So...
Outstanding. Completely fantastic. I love it. you know, I will say that today was a lot more development in one go that I was expecting, but at least it's a good thing I was prepared for it. So
Yeah, no kidding, right?
yes, 100%. So there is. I always spin the web outside of the direct interactions of these things, and when people catch on threads of that web, then I can be like, oh, you've connected to the larger threads. Interesting. So we're going to see some interesting development that I imagine will come to rapid culmination. And if the goblins can overcome it and make sure that Sandpoint stands at the end of it all, then, well, I suppose that the world is their oyster from that point forward, and they'll have all of Galarian to make their priority. But before we can get to that point, I think it is now time for us to raid on out and see you all next time for the next session of Goblins. Do you have anything to say, Effie, before we smash out?
Nah. I love you guys very much. I will be talking to you guys tomorrow. I think tomorrow I probably am going to start streaming a little later. Mostly because I want to go do Aether, but the views on Aether haven't been great. And I think to kind of like offset the people that want to watch it, but also kind of like help my numbers situation a little bit, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to record it and I'm going to put it on the YouTube channel. So hopefully that'll be like the happy medium of people that want to watch me run around as Jenico, but also like, you know, it's not my normal fare. So, and I'm hoping to do some more like Waypoint content and put some stuff out there so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing. And past that, like, I just really appreciate and love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Well, we got to be little sassy little goblins. And time to promote your involvement in Aether more, Happy. Gosh, yeah, I don't. most of the people that watch my channel usually do it for FPS games. So, that might change in the future if I get more well known, but regardless, I wish you guys have a fantastic evening. I'll have that out on the YouTube channel, and then we're trying to get some goblin things on here. So, you know, I love you guys. We'll see you later. Have a good night. Bye.